नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV and two-way video conferencing all over the world, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us all over the world, having Nayana Diksha. Melbourne, Los Angeles, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Toronto, Canada, Seattle, Redmond, St. Louis, San Jose, Oman, Ohio, Turkey, Oklahoma, Kulim, North Hollywood, California, Dakota Dunes, Houston, Texas, Vancouver, Madurai, London, Dubai, Vaidyanatham, Doncaster, UK, Hyderabad, Trinidad, Charlotte, China, Tiruvannamalai, Singapore, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, and many more cities are joining. Puducherry, more are joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam, Devi is gracing on Swarna Nagavahana, golden snake vehicle. The Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsava with Lakshmi and Saraswati. Rajarajeshwari is gracing all of us sitting on golden Seshavahana, golden snake. Let me enter into the verses. Today, I'll be expanding on Upanishad, Ishavasya Upanishad. 4th verse. Please recite along with me. Anejadegam Manasojaviyah Nainattevo Apnuvan Purvamarshad Tattavato Jnanatyeti Tishtastasmin Napo Madarishvadatati. Listen, the Upanishad, the ultimate book, book of the books, declare the definition, the qualities of the cosmos. Please understand. The most important instruction human beings need to be given is about the goal, path, purpose of their life and setting the context for their life. I tell you, in this fourth verse, Upanishads are trying to set the context for the life. Whatever you think constantly, you will become that. Please understand. Whatever you think constantly, you will become that. So Upanishads are setting the context, what you are expected to think, the direction in which your mind needs to move. Please understand. Mind by its very nature goes through the senses, means to the outer perception, because that is the least resistant path. Cognizing the external informations is easy for the mind. So naturally it moves in that direction. If mind is forcibly turned towards the source by the heart power, please understand, heart power means by the rules, regulations, it becomes suppression and depression. That is why mind hates rules. But if the mind can be made to understand with the right context to turn towards the source, that is what I call soft power. Understand? Soft power is not that soft really. You need to know. Soft power is not that soft. Just the other day, one of my disciples was telling, she's from Croatia. She said, in their country, in churches, they ban drugs, alcohol and yoga. It seems they tell in their churches, we don't allow drugs, we don't allow alcohol, we don't allow yoga. See how they connect yoga with the drug, whatever. Because yoga is soft power. All the religions based on hard power are afraid of yoga. I used to wonder, why should you be afraid of yoga? Because if you see me, whenever I see something great, unique in any religion, I immediately try to follow it, try to take it. Some of the great books inspired me. Imitation of Christ by a very saintly being, Thomas Kempis. And same way, some of the books of Saint Francis of Assisi, still I have them and I read them. Egyptian Catholic Church's publications, actually when they went and settled in Egypt, they assimilated a lot of the mystical sciences of Egypt into Catholicism. So there is so much to learn from them. So whenever I see, I only try to learn and raise myself. God, I thank you. You put me in a religion where it teaches me to learn from all the sources, never to deny. I thank you just for that. Only when I listen from my disciples here and there, how the yoga is banned, this is banned, that is banned, I understand, oh God, what a freedom we have. What an amazing freedom we have. If you see my first book, Guaranteed Solutions, which is our first program, Nithyananda Yoga, I have taken meditation techniques from various religions. I have taken meditation from Christian traditions, Islamic traditions, Buddhist traditions, the Hindu Advaitic tradition, and Saivagamas. I was wondering, why are they banning yoga? Why are they afraid of yoga? Now I understand. It is soft power, and soft power is not that soft. See, the authority your dad has over you is a hard power. The authority your uncle has over you is soft power. Because his uncles always give you candies. See, they don't have a responsibility about you. They just fulfill some of the wishes you have. That is why all the time you run behind the uncle, not behind the father. And you fulfill whatever uncle says. Because it's a soft power. Please understand. And soft power is not that soft. Setting the right context and turning the mind towards the source through soft power is what Upanishads are trying to achieve in this verse. Through hard power it is not possible. Please understand. Just because you have a huge buildings and a religious infrastructure, don't expect people will follow you. No. I know how many Hindu ashrams, monasteries, vast structures lying empty. And I also feel, other than few exemptions, all big structures remain unused. All huge structures remain unused. That is the reason here I have not put up any big structures. I want first the people who will use it. Then let's put the structures. People who will use it, then we can put the structure. Without people to use, putting the structure is stupid. I tell you, truth as authority, but authority does not mean truth. Through hard power, trying to push the mind towards the source from the senses is only going to lead to suppression and depression. But the good news is, soft power is enough to push your mind to the source and realize its divinity. I tell you, this verse, each word of this verse is setting the context for your mind to enter into the source. Each word in this verse leads you to meditation. Sit and cognize, internalize. Anechadekam manaso javiyah nainatteva apnuvan purvamarshad tattavadonya jnanatyeti tishtastasmin napo matarishvadatati. My pronunciation, as I heard from my gurus were born and brought up as Tamilians, so you will see a thick Tamil accent in the Sanskrit pronunciation. But as a respect to them, I am not changing the Patapeta, I am just retaining it as it is. Understand anejat, unmoving. When you sit and contemplate on unmoving, you are setting the context for your mind to reach its source and purify itself, complete itself. Cognizing each word in this verse, meditating on each word in the sutra will lead you towards the source and lead you towards completion, lead you towards fulfillment. Anejat ekam. Listen. Yesterday, I asked you to meditate on the word anejat. Now, today, we will work just on this one word, ekam. Ekam cannot be translated as one. It can only be translated as oneness. Please understand, if something is unmoving and it is only one, then it should be the largest. Then nothing else can happen. It will be a huge one stone. So the word one for ekam is not right translation. Oneness is the right translation, because in one, internal evolving expression is not possible, but in oneness, internal expansion, evolution, everything is possible. Understand, one is dead, oneness is alive. The very word one means dead. Oneness means living. The soft power. Soft power. Using the soft power and moving towards the source, completion. So each of these words set a context for you to experience consciousness. This ekam, oneness. If you sit and contemplate on oneness, please understand, the tiredness and boredom cannot be entertained when you are trying to go towards the source. See, your mind was always pushed towards the source by the heart power. Means whenever you see failure, rules, regulation, laws outside, your mind out of powerlessness turns towards the source. That is why turning inside you hate it. You hate turning inside. One of my sannyasini, she has this big fear of injections. When she felt sick, she went to hospitals. The moment they picked up some injection, she started crying. When I heard, I started laughing. What is this? But finally, when I spoke to her, she said, the young age experience as a child, her experience with the injection, see, as a child, parents will actually threaten the kids, if you don't listen, I will take you to doctor and he will put you injection. Injection itself is so small and designed to cause very less pain for you, but it will appear in your mind like a crowbar. Because constantly repeated. Understand, whenever out of powerlessness you turn inside, the turning inside becomes such impossible job. See, for her the first experiences about injection was so difficult, or made to be believe so difficult, or she started believing it as so difficult. So even now it remains. Injection means doctor is going to take a crowbar and hit at you. Many times in your life, when you were young, only when you were powerless you turned inside. When you did not get the mark which you expected in the examination, you sit with you. When your friend says no to you, you sit with you. When you don't get what you want, you sit with you. When you propose your love, he or she, if they reject, only then you sit with you. If they accept, the next scene is duet. See the mind, it is always, the moment acceptance happens, it is only extravert, going externally. Only when there is a failure, the hero will be sitting like this. Going inside to the source, internalizing, was always described as some act done only when you are powerless. Please understand, that is why even when the soft power tries to turn you inside by setting the right context, the first thing will come up is boredom, tiredness. Why am I doing what am I doing? Am I wasting my time? As if he is going to go and change the whole universe and everyone is waiting to listen. This wasting time, that concept is a stupid concept, I tell you. Whoever does not want to waste time, you just need to do only one thing. Maintain your breathing as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. You will never waste time. You will have time as much as you want in the planet Earth. Understand? Whenever your breathing is chaotic, be very clear, you are wasting time. Understand? If you have seen, there are machine from which they make thread. Gandhiji uses all the time. They will put the cotton one side and the thread will be taken out. Spinning wheel. Same way, see, cotton is put and thread is taken out. That spinning wheel. Same way, putting the life energy and making time, years for your life, longevity. I am giving you the technique to spin more number of years for you from the life force. Life force is infinite. So much is available. That's the raw material, out of which you can spin the number of years you need for you. The process of spinning is maintaining your breath as slow as possible and as deep as possible. That's all. Understand? That is the spinning of number of years for you. So when your breathing is chaotic, you are wasting time. When your breathing is deep and soft, you are gaining time. And don't believe this stupid Western concept of wasting time. There is no such thing as limited time available for you. First thing you need to know, when you turn inside the source to achieve meditation or completion through this Upanishad verse, using the soft power means setting the right context and turning towards your source. Please understand. Your mind can be turned towards consciousness through two ways. Hard power, soft power. Hard power means with the rules, laws, regulations. You can be pushed, but that will always be suppression and depression. You will hate it. One of the biggest success of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is, it is voluntary. Nothing is forced. Voluntary. Come, come, don't come, don't come. Come, come, don't come, don't come. It's voluntary. Understand? That retains its beauty. This voluntariness retains its beauty and its glory. Without using the hard power of rules, regulations, just using the soft power, turning your mind towards the source, completion, consciousness, is the job of this verse. Each word in this verse, when you meditate on it more and more, when you think about it more and more, when you internalize it more and more, your mind will move towards the completion don't entertain tiredness and boredom, because earlier tiredness and boredom happened because through the heart power you have been forced to go into consciousness. Now it is soft power. So you don't need to entertain the tiredness and boredom. Ekam, oneness. Ekam, oneness. Go on meditating on it. Today's subject for the Vakyartha Satas is the word Ekam, oneness, not one. God is oneness, not one. The moment you utter the word one, it has become complete political structure. Only one can be. Only one person can be authority. The second always threatens the one first. So insecurity between these two. It goes on and on and on. No. Oneness. It is because of the oneness Sanatana Hindu Dharma can live with any number of gods and goddesses. Ekam. Meditate on oneness. The deepest level of existence is oneness. So there is something really is same between you and even your worst enemy, or the best person towards whom you have love or greed or possessiveness or lust, whatever you want. Please understand. The beings, persons towards whom you have love, respect, lust, reverence, possessiveness, keep all those lists. Sometimes it will all be separate on different persons. Sometimes something will be mixed up. And the other side, the person about whom you have fear, little fear, more fear, terrible fear, horrible fear. The moment you remember you are terrorized, I used to wonder, my mother, the moment she hears her mother-in-law's name, she will be terrorized. She will fall sick. Now I have seen. Please understand, it is not that only when she was living with her, even after she left the house and came to the ashram and settled here, took sannyas, and the funny thing is, even after her mother-in-law died, the moment she remembers the name or hears the name, she forgets mother-in-law is dead. First she will get terrorized. After that she will remember mother-in-law is dead and settle down. First she will get terrorized. After half an hour she will remind herself, oh, I think she is dead, so no problem. And she will settle down. So all the beings about whom you have fear, terrific fear, horror, horrible fear, whatever, see, with all these beings, you have some kind of oneness. Try to dig out what is that. Because as a pure truth, consciousness is oneness, and everyone has consciousness. Whether Indra, who is enjoying the peak of heaven, or the demon who is in the depth of Batala, or the Kinnara, Kingara, Kimburda, Gandharva, Gandhara, Yaksha, Rakshasa. All jivas are called jivas because they have jiva. All beings are called as beings because they have being. Understand? There is some oneness between you and the beings you have greed and the beings with whom you have fear. Whether it is the Shani who is trying to attack you, catch you, Shadesat, or the Guru who is trying to protect you. Guru is the only graha in Navagrahas. Never gives any bad results. Wherever he is, he will always be protecting. He will always be protecting. Neither directly nor indirectly he will be harming. Shukra, by giving the pleasures and wealth, he can create an indirect harm. He will shower you so much, you will lose your sense and fall prey to Rahu. I'll tell you what is Rahu, you know. When you are doing your actions, you know you are inauthentic and hypocritical, knowing that you skip, you jump the gun. That is exactly Rahu. Because he knows he should not be standing in the line of gods and receiving the nectar. He should be only standing in the line of demon, but he jumps the line and stands and quickly grasps the nectar and swallows it. Swifter than the Vishnu, understand? The person who is serving there is Mohini, Mahavishnu himself. Swifter than the Mahavishnu grasps. Your buddhi, which protects your life, is Mahavishnu. So this hypocrisy can take over you at some times, giving all justification swiftly. And make you jump the gun or jump the line. That is Rahu. Meditate on oneness. There is oneness between you and the beings you are afraid of, you and the beings you have greed, or you and the whole. When you try to smell that oneness, understand, you can't catch it, you can only smell it. It is so subtle. It is so subtle. You can't catch it. You can't say, I caught hold of Ganga, come on, take it. No. The moment hands are closed, Ganga is not there anymore in your hand. As long as the hands are open, only the Ganga is flowing in your hand. This oneness is so subtle, so subtle. Listen. You can only smell it. You can't grasp it. You can't grab it. You can neither grab, not even grasp. You can only smell it. But the moment you smell the oneness, the greed and fear, both buildings will just be bulldozed, not brick by brick getting removed. No. Just today morning in the Nithyananda Times, how one of our IA participants said, oh, he did not remove brick by brick, he bulldozed it. I am bulldozer because I sit on bull. I don't believe in removing brick by brick. When? How long? No. Somehow in the West, the word bull has become a wrong word. Here, it's so sacred. It's a very sacred word. When you smell oneness between you and the persons about whom you are always afraid, the moment oneness is smelled, suddenly the whole fear is bulldozed. If I have to use a better word, bombarded. Same way, the moment you smell the oneness between you and the people with whom you entertain, cherish greed, love, lust, possessiveness, all that, suddenly all of that will be blasted, bombarded. I am not saying you will become a dry, insensitive being. No. From sensitivity, you will move to sensibility. Your sensitivity will be very sensible. A sensible sensitivity. Out of the powerfulness of oneness, whether you show love or anger, it will become power for the other person who is receiving. Out of powerlessness, whether you show love or anger, whatever, it will lead the other person to powerlessness. If you want to be established in powerfulness, the best technique is meditate on ekam, oneness. There is a oneness. The good news for you is there is a oneness between you and Mahadeva. The great news is he is waiting to make you give that experience. Understand, the good news is there is a oneness between you and Mahadeva. The great news is he is waiting to give that experience to you. When you cognize Mahadeva, don't cognize him as your competitor. People think, if I say I am Shiva, maybe he will be hurt. He will ask, what, you have become that qualified or what? You started telling Shivoham? No. He will say, dear, start telling Shivoham, I'll make you qualified. He is not going to demand entry ticket and qualification certificate to give you the experience of Shivoham. He is only going to say, start, I'll give you the qualification. So cognize always Mahadeva as a person who is sitting, encouraging you to start, and he will give you the experience. Don't cognize him as a rough person sitting, You have become qualified. You started telling Shivoham. Even Narayana is not yet achieved that experience. You think he will achieve? No, he is not there to tell that, and he is not that type. I am telling you. I am telling you the truth as it is. When you say Shivoham and unable to maintain that powerful space and fall, he will only come and tell, don't bother. Repeat more and more, cognize more and more, behave, act, live more and more like Shivoham. There will be some part hypocrisy. There will be some kind of a hypocrisy in the initial level. Don't bother, start. That will be aligned. So understand, he is here to make you experience him, because oneness between you and him is consciousness. Understand, he is waiting to have you as part of him. He is waiting to receive you, to be with him. He is waiting for you. You don't even need to knock on the door. Go near the door, it is open, he is standing to receive you. The very idea door is locked and you need to knock is a stupid idea given to you, and you started believing it because you never went near the door. From the distant you assume the door is locked, you have to knock. No. Go near. It's open. He's standing there to receive you. And I also wanted to tell you, I am going to speak on Kathopanishad on all 21 days when I am in Varanasi. On death. Kathopanishad is death introducing itself. You say in English, there is a proverb, from horse's own mouth. So from here I can say, from buffalo's own mouth. Because buffalo is the vehicle of Lord Yama. So death from death itself. Death from death itself. In the city where death is liberation and celebration, come to learn about death. The morning satsang will be on Kathopanishad, death by death. The book will be titled as Death by Death. What is death? By death. It will be live relayed in Nithyananda TV as usual, if the Vision Department blesses all of you. My blessings are there, but you need the Anga Devata, Avarana Devata, Chamcha Devata's blessings also to receive my blessings. So better you all pray to them also once in a while and say, hi, how are you? See, when you go to a temple, that's my style. I will not miss a single god. I will say hi to everyone. Who knows? The blessings are coming through whom and coming to you. Even if one person is incomplete and says, you did not wish me? Okay, let me see, the file stands with me. And better to wish anybody who you see. You can expect Kathopanishad to be relayed, live relayed in the satsang. I invite everyone to come and experience Kathopanishad. If you are not able to physically come, at least keep your time to listen through the satsang. The series will come out as book as Death by Death. The Varanasi IA also last 1 week is going to be Shivoham process. And the IA Kids program, kids also will join the Shivoham process for last 1 week. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha all over the world. Cities sitting with us through two-way video conferencing. Vancouver, Houston, Dakota Dunes, London, Richmond, Washington, Indrani, New Jersey, China, Hyderabad, Charlotte, Hong Kong, Madurai, Rajapalayam, Panka City, Oklahoma, Tiruvannamalai, Hyderabad, Melbourne, Toronto, St. Louis, Ohio, Oman, Guadeloupe, Los Angeles, Seattle, Kuala Lumpur, and more cities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam, third day, Devi is gracing on Swarna Simhavahana, golden lion vehicle with all the Sarvalankara. And today also, the Seattle Chidambaram, which was called earlier Nithyananda Vedic Temple, now which is functioning with a new name, Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple, the temple's 7th anniversary. My blessings to Seattle, and I also accepted all the 108 Nivedyams offered. Blessings to every one of you who created, held the temple together throughout the period. All the organizers, donors, volunteers who worked directly, indirectly for everyone, my blessings. And Mahadeva will continue to do his cosmic dance in Seattle and bless not only our Sangha, the whole Seattle. Blessings. Blessings to everyone. Mahadeva will continue to do his cosmic dance and bless everyone. Ananda Nataraja, he will do his cosmic dance and bless everyone. My blessings. 7 years running a temple. Only the people who run, they know. Along with his dance, he made us all dance, do all the cosmic dance. He has shown us creation, maintenance, destruction, covering and gracing. Means Srishti, Sthiti, Vinasha, Trobhava, Anugraha, all the 5 Leelas he has done, and he has shown all the 5 to us. Now he is gracing. From now he will continue to bless us and grace us. Let me enter into today's satsang. I'll expand on the 4th verse of Ishavasya Upanishad. Please recite along with me. Anejadegam manaso javiyaha nainattevo apnuvan purvamarshate tattavato anyanatyeti tishtattasmin napomadarishvadatati. Understand, yesterday I was expanding on why these qualities of consciousness, Isha, are described. As I said, even if you describe a negative quality, Isha becomes Ishvara. The moment you try to perceive, relate, connect, even to become one with Isha, he has to grace us as Ishvara. Only then he can make us as Isha. Please listen. Again and again I repeat, Aham can never become Shivoham. Only Shiva can extend himself and just take the whole Aham inside and radiate as Shivoham. Isha, the pure space, the consciousness, without any attributes. You can't even give the attribute of super consciousness or super consciousness. The attributeless, I can say attributeless is a It's not a proper word. That word does not convey the meaning. Unattributable. You can't attribute anything. That consciousness, the moment you try to describe positively or negatively, the moment you try to describe, oh, it is compassionate, it is ever loving, it is graceful, then you are giving a positive description. Or if you do negative description, it cannot be realized by mind, speech, senses, where the life energy moves and expands. Where you give the negative description, gods of senses cannot overtake and go beyond it. Nainatteva apnuvan burvamarshatu. It cannot be cut by the sword and whatnot. Understand? Whether you give a positive attributions or negative descriptions, the Isha becomes Ishvara to support us to experience Isha. But Isha and Ishvara are not two. It is pure oneness. Listen. Isha and Ishvara are not two. It is pure oneness. That is why working on the consciousness, whether through the positive attributes or through the negative descriptions, makes us experience Isha, the consciousness. Listen, yesterday I was expanding why these qualities are described in the Upanishads. Why Upanishad is taking one full sloka to declare. This whole Upanishad can be written just in a postcard. In those days, India used to have a postcard. I don't know whether still it exists. Telegram has stopped. I don't know whether postcard still exists. Just in a postcard, you can write this whole Upanishad. You don't need A4 size paper to write this whole Upanishad. Such short Upanishad. Please understand, to tell something very short, you need more time. One of the great author, he wrote a 40-page book. Somebody asked, why did you write such short book? Just 40-page book. You didn't have time? He said, no, I had enough time. That is why I wrote 40 page. If I did not have time, I would have written 400 page. Understand, condensing takes intelligence and energy, not expanding. When you are expanding, you are not responsible. You can utter whatever you want. Only when it is condensed, you are responsible. You are bound by every word you utter. Listen. The Bhashyakaras, the freedom Bhashyakaras experience, commentators experience, Sutrakaras don't have. People who create the original verses don't have the freedom enjoyed by the commentators. It's all just few verses. Maybe I think 18 or 19 verses. In this, why one full verse is dedicated? Especially for the negative description. It is not even positive attributes. For the negative description, anechategam manasochaviyaha. What a... description, anejat egam, anejat egam, unmoving, oneness, manaso javiyaha, swifter than the mind. So, any form your mind assumes, it is already gone beyond that. It cannot be grasped, grabbed by the mind. Please listen. Mind never tries to grasp anything. It can only try to grab because it is based on restlessness. Please understand. Grasping a person is love. Grabbing a person is lust. Grasping an existence is communion. Trying to grab it is taking possession. Understand? When you grasp, both will be in the space of completion. When you grab, both will be in the space of incompletion. Mind never plans to grasp. It is buddhi grasps. Mind always grabs. Always grabs. See what we have all done to the planet Earth. Never ever there was a time so much damage was done to Bhuma Devi, Mother Earth. And now these fellows are moving towards Mars. I told Angaraga, the god of Mars, be aware, my fellows are coming. What they have done here, if you want, send your representatives and see what to do. No, wherever we go, the mess, the way we grab. And even after grabbing so much, we have not provided for everyone. Please understand, that is what. So much of no has been said to life. End of the day, if all the human beings are provided, the basic needs like a food, shelter, clothes and house, at least it can be tolerable mistake, tolerable blunder. But I tell you, a consciousness from which you feel you need to provide for everyone, you will never be able to grab. The mind from which you grab, you will never have the feeling you need to provide for everyone. That is why so much of grabbing is done, and still people are not provided. This concept, if people are provided, will become lazy, is completely wrong. Please understand. The Saraswati and Ganga, both the mothers have provided so much for us. Even after that, we never became lazy. Please understand. In the Vedic civilization, the Saraswati and Ganga, actually the whole Vedic civilization happened between these two rivers. and they did not merge into the ocean as you think in West Bengal area. The Ganga moved lower than Sri Lanka because the whole thing was a land. When Vedic civilization evolved, almost Ganga went up to Australia, and below the Australia it merged into the ocean. And I can give you enough of evidences from Akashic records and many research scholars who are working on the history and how the geography changed in course of time and all that. So between these two rivers, Saraswati went up to this side, below the South Africa, and Ganga went up to this side till Australia and merged into the ocean. The area covered in between these two rivers is the place where Vedic civilization flourished. Please understand, Ganga Mata and Saraswati Mata, both of them provided so much for us, but we never became lazy. I tell you, just because the basic needs are provided, human beings will become lazy is a wrong concept. Human consciousness, by its nature, it is programmed for action. Krishna says very clearly, Gahano karmano gadihi. World is programmed for action. How many days you will sleep? How long you will be running your life without a strategy? How long you will be entertaining boredom? How long you will be entertaining tiredness? As long as you have that hatred towards your boss whom you think is exploiting you, just to take revenge on your boss, you will lie down in the beach in the name of vacation. That's all. All vacation is nothing but taking revenge on your boss. That's all. I am telling you. Just to take revenge. You are exploiting me. You are swindling me. Come on, see now. I won't do anything. Throwing tantrum. Even in your inner space, when you feel exploited, somebody takes undue advantage of you, then you throw tantrum and you protest and you decide, I am not going to do anything. But how long you can entertain your boredom and tiredness and rebelliousness? I tell you, not more than few days. If you can entertain your tiredness and boredom forever, I have no problem. Try to entertain. The lazy people, tamasic people, they may not use their body, they may not do actions, but they will always feel the body pain. Understand? You can't entertain laziness for too much, too long. You will be active. You will start expressing. Whether you grab or deny the responsibility of sharing, please understand, both are from unconsciousness. Mind always tries to grab. That is why here Upanishad declares, Manaso javiyo. It outruns the grabbing mechanism you have. All of us have this grabbing mechanism called mind. The consciousness outruns the grabbing mechanism. Yesterday I described the context, the reason why these qualities about consciousness is described. Today, let us see one by one. The today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is studying all these qualities based on these descriptions, trying to grasp consciousness, not grab, you can't. Trying to grasp consciousness means you need to have a subtle intellect, sukshma buddhi, to grasp these truths. Please understand. Whenever my teachers wanted to teach subtle concepts, I should not use the word teacher, I should use the word masters. I wanted to complete and change the word masters. Whenever my masters wanted to teach me the subtle concepts, they will put me on herbal diet. They'll give me the arugambul. I don't know the English name for that grass. It's a unique grass which grows near the water ponds, which is used for worshipping Ganesha. So they will give that juice. Sometimes the bale juice, vilba. Sometimes Bermuda grass, the arugambul's English name Bermuda grass. They will give me the Bermuda grass juice and bale juice, sometimes neem juice, and they'll cook the pineapple fruit in the night and take the juice in the morning and process it with some traditional herbs and give. This kind of a juice diet they will put me. Of course, I enjoyed everything other than neem juice. They will put me in the juice diet for sometime even 1 month. I used to wonder why the teaching, means learning of Vedanta, should go with this kind of herbal diet. One day I asked them also. Then they said, all right, you eat whatever you want and come back. And as usual, in those days, that the big feast means that vadai and payasam. That is the traditional feast. I went and had all the traditional feast and came back. They tried to explain some of the concepts, truths of Vedanta. I tell you honestly, I was not able to grasp. Then they gave me gingerly oil and cleaned my stomach and haritaki powder for 2 days. After 2-3 days, again they started teaching the concept. I was just like that, able to grasp. Then I understood the power of that food and that sutra which says Agara Suddhi, based on the purity of food, your intellect gets purified. Your memory gets purified. Your ability to grasp increases. See, when you are not able to grasp, but you have to act as if you are an intelligent person, you try to grab and mess up the whole thing. You always have the pressure that you have to show you are an intelligent person. You understand everything better than others. But when you are not able to grasp, what you do? You grab and mess up the whole thing. One day I asked him, the great Ishavasya Swamigal was sitting, and Kuppamal was sitting with a book, and Raghupati Yogi was just cleaning his teeth. He will have all the time one small stick and be constantly cleaning his teeth and listening and chewing that stick also once in a while. And this other one or two old sadhus were sitting. I asked them, everyone who studies Upanishads and Vedanta, all these concepts, do they go through this kind of diet? Because that day it was neem juice. And I also have been told that I have to take the neem juice at least for next 2 weeks. And I asked them, so everyone who goes through studying the Vedanta, do they go through this kind of a diet, herbal diet? Because in Tiruvannamalai, in another one ashram, their Vedanta Pada goes on, means Vedanta classes happen. I see there people have nice, good food and feasting and enjoying and coming and sitting in the class. And I asked why they all don't follow that ahara shuddhau sattva shuddhihi, sattva shuddhau dhruva smritihi. I asked why they don't follow all that, and means when the food is pure, then the sattva becomes pure. When the sattva is pure, then the smriti, means the ability to remember and connect and grasp. Understand, the definition of smriti is ability to recollect the essence and connect it with the present and grasp it and assimilate it. So I asked, I don't see they all doing any herbal diet and all this preparation. This Ishavasya Swamigal usually he will just sit in samadhi. This Kuppamal only will read the book. I have to sit and listen. This Raghupati Yogi is such an active being. He will be sitting and cleaning the teeth with that small stick he has. And this person will be sitting in samadhi. Rarely he will open his eyes and interfere with this whole flow and say something and again close his eyes, be in samadhi. Ishavasya Swamigal, he never wears any clothes. So when he sits, he will just put a small towel on him. He is avaduta. And this is the scene. So I asked Kuppamal, when she was talking about this food and all that, I said, others don't do all that. Only I am drinking the neem juice every day. She just smiled at me, did not answer. She was looking at Ishavasya Swamigal. Then Ishavasya Swami opened his eyes and said, they are all trying to understand only for themselves. Even if they make a mistake, nothing wrong. You have to teach to everyone. You can't afford to make a mistake. In Tamil, I will repeat exact word. அவனுக்கு புரிஞ்சாலும் அவிஞ்சாலும் அவனோட அழிஞ்சு போகுமடா. நீ சொல்லி உலகம் கேட்க போகுது, உனக்கு புரிஞ்சே ஆகணும். He said, whether they understand or not, whether they grasp or grab, finally the result and responsibility goes just with them. They get destroyed with what they understood, misunderstood. Whether they understand or misunderstand, it gets destroyed along with them. But in your case, we can't take the risk, because whatever you are going to say, the world is going to listen. So you have to understand properly. You have to understand properly. I tell you, really, these subtle principles, subtle concepts, especially these concepts like a oneness, I can give you very simple examples. Take Haritaki powder in the night, next day morning try to read Upanishads and see the depth of understanding you are able to have. Another day, take McDonald's burger. What is that? Multi-story size. And grasp a large size Coca-Cola, ending it with multiple topping pizza, and fill yourself and lie down. Next day morning, first of all, let's see whether you wake up or not. Then, if you wake up, try to grab some Vedantic book and try to read and understand. Then you will see the difference. Why the herbal diet is required. Even in inner awakening, why I insist on having Haritaki powder, why I insist on having the sattvic food, pure vegetarian food, because your system develops subtle intellect where you can grasp. You don't need to grab. See, if you grab the word egam, you will only understand as one. If you grasp the word egam, only then you will understand oneness. The most subtle understandings happen when the subtle grooves develop in your brain, which happens by the pure sattvic food and herbal diet. Step by step, let's try to grasp what Upanishads are declaring in this verse. It is actually consciousness giving its own address and declaring about itself to all of us. This verse is the visiting card of consciousness. If you just follow this verse, you will reach Isha. You will reach the pure consciousness. First, Anejat, the word. Anejat, unmoving. The first verse of Ishavasya Upanishad said, Ishavasya midagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Jagatyam jagat means changing square. Change established on change. Change established on change. Changing square. Now, please understand. Isha, consciousness, it is filled. Actually, the whole universe is change established on change. Even though the change is established on the change, it is filled with Isha, consciousness. Now, Upanishads are declaring it is unmoving, but that itself does not change. Please understand. Isha, consciousness. It fills the universe which is change established in change. Jagatyan Jagat. But this itself is unmoving. I think you should not become tired psychologically or feel bored mentally. You should meditate on this truth. I give you one simple, practical tip. Next 11 days, every morning, drink that Bermuda grass juice, the arugambul juice, maybe 200 ml. That will cleanse your system so much. Please understand, as I am working with thousands and thousands of different disorders and diseases in the world, diagnosed, undiagnosed, some production problems or post-production problems, with all types and all sorts I am working. With that authority I am telling you, the moment creatinine increases in the body, the ability to grasp reduces. I am just trying to give some examples for you so that you can understand the connection between body and mind. Just have this Bermuda grass juice for next few days. We will continue to meditate on each of these qualities. Today's Vakyartha Sadas is only on this one word, Anejat. That's all. Unmoving. What is it that is unmoving? Earth is moving, moon is moving, sun is moving. Don't believe sun is not moving. It is moving, but in a pace where you can't grasp. It takes billions of years. See, the whole sun family is moving, centered on something else. So everything is moving. What is that is unmoving? The idea you exist is the only one unmoving. Understand? Before you grasp anything, the experience you remember that I exist before you perceive anything, before you are able to think anything, before you are able to understand anything, whether an idea or a concept or a truth or the sensory experiences, whether it is a sun or moon or earth or universe, you only have to grasp. The being which grasps, its easiness is the only unmoving. If it goes above your head, wash your hair with gingerly oil. Means let it become a little cool. You will have to sit and do manana, internalizing. What is that anejat? What is that unmoving? Consciousness is declaring itself, I am unmoving. If you grasp what is unmoving, you will grasp who am I, what am I. So grasping the consciousness is the first priority for all of us as seekers. For that only we are doing whatever we are doing. Whether it is standing upside down or practicing vegetarianism or applying the vibhuti from temple to temple, or trying to collect the brown color cows and their cow dung to make the vibhuti, bhasma, or wear big rudraksh malas which catches the eyeballs of the people. Whatever we are doing, building temples, rituals, everything, the purpose is to grasp what is consciousness. Here, direct technique, directly consciousness, Isha is giving his visiting card. I don't want to say his or her. Isha is giving, I can't even say it's. Isha is giving visiting card. The visiting card, the first line it says unmoving. It is like a unmoving apartments, on a street. Manaso Javiyo Nagar means which moves swifter than the mind, Nagar. And Nainatyeva Apnuvan Purvamarshat Taluk. That is what the visiting card says. Let us start grasping, which happens by manana. Please understand, manana. By internalizing. Anejat. Unmoving. The beauty of these descriptions are such, you only can realize. No one else can teach you by the commentaries. No. The more I try to comment on this verse, more questions I will create in you. That's the real commentary. If I am giving you more answers, no, it is not commentary. It is just lullaby. Lullaby. Okay, this is the way the consciousness is. You please rest. Don't worry. No. I am not going to sing lullaby. I am going to give you the weapon. Understand? The weapon to analyze. Questions are the weapon with which you can analyze and internalize. Somebody told me the other day, Swamiji, now I have more questions than the number of questions I had when I came to you. I said, I have done my job exactly. I have a job satisfaction now. I always tell you, please understand, the guru who only answers your questions will lead you to a cult, just following. The guru who questions your answers, who makes you think, internalize, only he will lead you to a culture. Understand, the Vedic tradition is always a culture where following is purely voluntary. We were so strong about our ability of transmitting the truths. We were so clear about the heaviness of our presence. We declared our religion as voluntary following. Understand, nobody forces you to go and buy the rice and cook and eat. It is voluntary. If you have hunger, you know where the food is. Go and buy and cook and eat. Same way, we are so clear. These truths are the only way for you to get out of your sufferings. We made it as completely voluntary. Please understand. People who does not want to follow the Vedic structure or the lifestyle or this dharma were given full freedom and space in all kingdoms, in our own culture itself. So understand, that is why we did not have organization. We only had educating centers. We never had organizations. We only had educating centers. We were so sure about, we were and we are so sure about the whole thing. We made the whole thing voluntary. Understand? Voluntarily, if you want, you can follow. If you don't want, you don't need to be. That space gives the space for everyone to discover Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The most discovered religion is Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I don't want to say most followed. No. Most discovered religion is Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Most discovered tradition is Advaitic Shaivite tradition. Let's meditate on this one truth today. Anejat, unmoving. And today's Vakyartha Sadas is all about unmoving. What is unmoving? Which is unmoving? What is the definition of moving? Come on, try to grasp. Try to grasp by having Vakyartha Sadas, internalizing this one word, Anejat, unmoving. Because only if there is a space where you are not filled, you will be able to move. See, if there is a space where I am not filled, in this seat, for example, I am sitting, there is a space in this seat where I am not, so I can move. But there are some people, if they sit in this seat, they will be filling this seat. So no space where they will be moving. Inside this seat they can't move because they are already filled. So understand why consciousness declares itself as unmoving, because it has filled every possible space exists. It is already filled. That is why it can't move anywhere anymore. So try to grasp, define what is moving, what is unmoving, why something is moving, why something is not moving, and what all moves, what all does not move. Among the things does not move, what should be consciousness? What is the truth the consciousness is trying to make us understand by this word Anejat, unmoving? Have Vakyartha Sadas and enjoy. Come back for tomorrow's satsang to understand and internalize the word Ekam. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Parayantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedars, Kotaris, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, Singapore, Surrey, Canada, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Guadalupe, Rameshwaram, Istanbul, Turkey, Los Angeles, Arunachalam, St. Louis, Tirumala, Tiruvanmiyur, Chennai, Kuala Lumpur, Palani, Australia, Oman, Sivagangai, lot more cities, Chidambarananda, Dubai, Madurai, Bangalore North, Houston, Texas, Surrey, Canada, Toronto, Seattle, and everyone. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam, day 2. Yesterday we had Dvajarohanam, and today the second day on Mayura Vahana, golden peacock vehicle. Devi is gracing with Lakshmi and Saraswati. With the grace of Mother, let's celebrate the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsava to experience and celebrate Mother consciousness, feminine consciousness, the cosmic Mother. Now, the 4th verse in Ishavasya Upanishad. Please recite along with me. Aneja degam manasojaviyaha nainattevo apnuvan purvamarshate taddhavato jnanatteti tishtattasminnapo matarishva dadati. Loud. Aneja deham manasojaviyaha nainaddevo apnuvan purvamarshate tattavato jnanatyeti tishtattasmin napo matarishva dadati. Actually, the following verses enumerate the attributes or qualities which are special and exclusive to Ishvara. He is stable, he is the only one, he has swiftness which surpasses the agility of the mind. He was present before anything came into being. He existed in the beginning. is the embodiment of jnana, truthful knowledge, enlightenment, wisdom, erudition. He is all-pervading, omnipresent, omniscient, and all-knowing. He is beyond the comprehension of even the gods, such as Indra. He can overtake others who are running fast, even though he does not run or move himself a bit, and it is by relying upon his powers and authority that the various gods, such as wind god, are successively able to do deeds such as producing rain and enabling mortal creature to have life, to live and bear the prana, the spark of life, and the vital winds that sustain life in a creature. I have my own translation, which I will share with you all. Listen. It, consciousness, is unmoving, one, and swifter than the mind. The gods of senses cannot overtake and go beyond it, as it has swiftly moved ahead. Remaining situated, it outruns all the other running ones. In it, the life energy moves and expands itself in space, supporting all activities. Come on. In this verse, now the quality of Isha is defined. Quality of the consciousness is defined. You may ask why. Please understand. When something beyond your comprehension is being described, at least few qualities which your mind can comprehend should be told to you so that you can start meditating on it. Or when that experience happens, you can analyze whether this is it or this is not. Even to do that process of neti, na iti, you need to have a scale. Please understand here. The qualities of consciousness, the qualities of Ishvara is described. I am using the word Ishvara instead of Isha. Please listen. Isha is pure superconsciousness in its existence. Ishvara means whenever Isha is described in a method to reach him or in a technique to reach him or some form or some name, some quality attributed to him, Isha becomes Ishvara. Understand? Isha becomes Ishvara. If you say pure consciousness, it is Isha. The moment you attribute qualities swifter than the mind, gods of senses cannot overtake and go beyond it. The moment you give these attributions, it is Ishvara. Now, in this verse, The qualities of Ishvara is described. Qualities of Ishvara is presented. You should know why. One of the biggest crime the Hindu society has done is thinking the peace of the sattva as laziness of tamas, and practicing the laziness of tamas, thinking that they are in the peace of sattva. Understand? Sattva and tamas both looks same, but the context is totally different. The sattva, peace of Ramana Maharishi, and the laziness of the beggar lying outside the Ramana Maharishi's ashram, even though the actions look same, the context is different. Listen. Listen. This is one of the biggest problem Hindu society is facing. Even now, many of the so-called seekers can't accept the way of life I am presenting or the way I myself living. Continuously, I am teaching and living inaction in action. But lazy fellows, they will be action in inaction. There will be so much of action inside, but outside they will be inactive. Inaction can come due to various incompletions, inability, does not want to take the responsibility, non-committal lifestyle and thinking and pattern, and 1001 reasons, laziness, vengeance and anger, hatred towards life. Inaction can come due to 10,000 incompletions. All that cannot become sattva. Listen. Pure inaction out of complete completion, without any incompletion, only can be called as sattva. And in that sattva, you may not even have action or inaction. When the completion is there, you are in the space of sattva. You may even act to teach the world, to teach to others. So understand. Anejadegam manaso javiyo nainaddeva apnuvan purvamarshad taddavato anyanatyeti tishtattasminnapo matarishvadatati. All these qualities are described. Consciousness is unmoving, one and swifter than the mind. I may not want to say oneness. The qualities of consciousness is described here so that you won't miss the context. Listen. If you go to a temple without having the right context, it may be just a nice art, kind of a museum, stone carved in beautiful shapes, sizes. Nice, that's all. But if you know the context and go, it's a place to connect with God, consciousness. It is a place to celebrate enlightenment, living Advaita. Listen. So now, Upanishads are setting the context. The first statement, they declare the ultimate truth. Ishavasya idagum sarvam. Everything is consciousness. The next verses, they taught the important truth of saying yes to life. And if you decide to say no, what happens they described. Now, they are describing the qualities of consciousness, Ishvara. Why, for various reasons. First thing, for you to set a context. You should know what is consciousness and what all is not consciousness. And you should also know how to start practicing. How your practices can be done. How you can align yourself for the practices. If you do not know the context and even enter into the temple, it won't be useful to you. Sometimes you lose the respect for the temple, then again gaining it back is very difficult. Same way, when you start the practice itself, the context should be set. Please listen. That is why I said context is more important than the God itself in Hindu tradition. Isha is more important than Ishvara itself. Setting the context means why, what, how, where, when, clarity of the whole. That is what I call the context. That is more important than God itself. Context is more important than God itself. I'll expand why the context is more important. Only if you know is the creator, maintaining, destroyer, you will even know you need to relate with him. So, all the qualities described here is to set the context why you should do what you should do. He is unmoving, in the world where everything is moving, he is the oneness. He is swifter than the mind, means anywhere your mind can reach, he is already there. He is beyond your mind. The word manaso javiyaha means any hope you have, the fulfillment of that hope is he. Any fear you have, the space from which the fear comes is he. So, instead of running behind your hope or fear, run behind him. Nainatteva apnuvan purvamarshad. The gods of senses cannot overtake and go beyond it. Actually, each god associate themselves to one sense. But the superconsciousness, Isha, is beyond all these gods. Meditating on these qualities, wherever these qualities exist, that is Ishvara. Where it is not Ishvara. Actually here, the Upanishads declare more in the negative sense. Means, if you see the whole thing, it is more a technique for you to use neti, na iti, not this, not this. Unmoving, then anything moves is not that. Oneness, then anything which is lower than that, not that. Swifter than the mind, then anything which you can assume by the mind, it is not that. Here the qualities are described more for you to use as a technique to find the consciousness. Many times people ask me, what is completion? The space where this question does not arise is completion. It means till then you have to go on be completing. You can't give a positive answer for this. You can only give a technique with which they can be cleaning it up and get into that space. Like a question, who am I? Never can have answer. Because it is not a question, it's a quest. It can have only experience as the response. The question, who am I? Neither it is a question nor it can have answer. It is only a quest. It can only have experience as a response to it. Here, two things you need to understand. First, the qualities are described. Second, not in an affirmation way, it is described for you to be used as a technique to do the process, not this, not this. You can see all the descriptions are Anejadegam manasojaviya nainatteva apnuvan purvamarshad. It is unmoving, oneness, swifter than the mind. Gods of senses cannot overtake and go beyond it. It moves swiftly ahead, remaining situated. It outruns all the other running ones. See, it outruns, everything runs. and it does not move. Now what will you do? So naturally this is used for the purpose of negation. In it, the life energy moves and expands, means whatever you are, you exist, you live, you expand, you become one with, everything happens in the superconsciousness described here as Isha. In it, everything happens. In it, everything dissolves. Isha, when you try to relate with him, becomes Ishvara. Ishvara, when you experience him, becomes Isha. Every description here in this Upanishad, the 4th verse, is given for you to use as a technique to reach the truth as it is. The truth as it is. So meditate on these qualities. When you try to meditate on these qualities, you will understand you can't meditate on these qualities. It is only to be used as a technique to find out what you are perceiving or grasping as Ishvara. Is it Ishvara or not? Only to find out these qualities can be used. Aneja degam manaso javiyaha nainatteva apnuvan burvamarshad tattavadonyanatyeti tishtattasmin napo madarishvadatati. So if you sit and find out what is unmoving, so anything you imagine is not it. What is oneness? Because anything you imagine as Triputi Bheda, imagine, imaginer, imagined. The being which imagines, the thing which is imagined, and the imagination, action. The Triputi Bheda comes. As long as there is 3, it is not that. And swifter than the mind, then anything you do with your mind, it is not that. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is, are all these qualities to be attributed, or are they technique for us to discover the truth, discover the consciousness? And the qualities described here, I wanted Vakyartha Sadas to be done today all over the world. I'll continue to expand on these verses. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Parayantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanidars, Kotaris, everyone sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us: Surrey, Canada, Singapore, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, China, San Jose, Madurai, and many more cities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. We'll enter into the Ishavasya Upanishad, third sloka. Asurya Namate Lokaha Antena Tamasavritaha Tagunste Pretyabhigachanti Yeke Chatmahano Janaha. I'll expand on how saying no impacts you and others, and how saying yes inspires you and others. Listen. Always no to life is said out of ignorance. Always no to life is said out of ignorance. Unconsciously. Listen. Whether it is an individual level or a level of a social leader, political leader, or decision maker, any level, I hear in the newspapers, in the internet, again and again, the various scams. At the level of decision makers in various countries, the politicians or the bureaucrats, just for the sake of the bribe they get, they are compromising the health of the common man. The second quality, not the very best things are made available to common man just because some money they get as bribe, whether it is in the field of pharmaceutical drugs or even in the field of food industry. The best is not made available to human beings, common mass. The quality is reduced, sometimes even dangerous, risky things are done. Sometimes knowingly dangerous things are done by paying some bribe to the bureaucrats or politicians or officials. They also, just for the sake of that money, accept the money and allow this. These are all saying no to life. Listen, so many people's life. Understand. This is one small example I am giving. If you look in and study your life, all the difficulties you are facing, understand, I'm saying, including the poverty imposed upon you, I tell you, in this century, 21st century, no need for poverty. We have awakened a critical mass of the human population to work and produce enough of food, clothes, shelter, medical care for the whole population of planet Earth. Please understand. In this century, we have awakened enough of that critical mass, actually 2% of the human population. If it decides to work 8 hours a day in a very disciplined way, we can produce everything needed for the whole population of the planet Earth. Food, shelter, clothes, and medical care. These 4 basic things. And we have awakened more than that percentage in this century. Then why? Why is still there poverty? There is poverty for these 4. If some way you don't have access to these 4, be very clear. It is just because decision makers saying no to life. Decision makers saying no to life. The only way the problem can be solved, more and more people who consciously say yes to life should become decision makers. It cannot happen by revolution. No. No revolution will do this, because usually the people who lead revolution are always again the people who say no to life. It can happen only by evolution. It is never going to happen by removing the people who are having power and replacing somebody else. Making everyone powerful. Raising more and more people to say yes to life. I am attending some of the basic understandings about life. When I look into the Vedic tradition and the lifestyle, there was not at all so much talk about work. Working 8 hours a day was not lifestyle in Vedic tradition. Work was never more than 3 to 4 hours per day. But so much was available. So much was available for everyone. For everyone. Because decision makers were always saying yes to life. Decision makers enjoyed people having abundance instead of the wealth being locked in their treasury under their control, because decision makers were not feeling so insecure and possessive in Vedic tradition. Please understand, when Bhagavatam describes 16,000 golden palaces existed in Dwaraka, for each citizen they had a golden palace, it is true. Not just perception or fact, it is truth. Because Krishna never felt insecure, and it was done by his great space which says yes to life. Above all, Dwaraka was soft power city, not hard power. Please understand, Dwaraka was city made of immigrants. City made of immigrants means whoever loved Krishna, whoever wanted to be with him, they all gathered around him and they created their own heaven. Please understand, it was not hard power, means people existed and Krishna became king and he controlled everyone. No. He hated to be in the space of hard power. That is the reason he has to leave Vrindavan. He could have become king of Mathura after killing Gamsa. He said, no, no hard power. He handed over the kingdom to Gamsa's father. He said, no, no hard power. I am going to a place where people who love me will gather around me, who want to celebrate life around me, they will gather around me. Only soft power. And the whole Narayani Sena was volunteers of Narayana, devotees of Narayana, disciples of Krishna, followers of Bhagavan. Understand? Saying yes to life, all corruption, whether it is in the physical level, mental level. Please understand, mental level corruption means spreading lies, which some of the media houses does because of their vested interests. It is mental level scam, psychological scam, information scam. So understand, whether it is a physical level scam or mental level scam, conscious level scam, that is spreading lies as religion. Some of the strong lies spread as a religion, especially when you are talking something about what will happen to an individual after death. Just recently, the other day, I was reading an article in the Facebook. A Catholic priest was medically dead for more than 40 minutes. Went to some space and came back, and he declares, God is woman. And God is female. We have known this for centuries, understand. We have known this for centuries. Ultimately, in reality, he is beyond male, female, but in the truth level, he is female. Anyhow, if we are teaching some concepts which are not ultimate truth in the best possible way, it's a conscious scam. The last form of the divine you will experience is feminine. Understand? Before you experience the formless divine, the reality, the truth will be, from truth only you will jump into reality. The truth is God is Devi. The last form you will experience is Devi. It's only from her you will slip into formlessness, existence, which we call Mahadeva or Shiva, whatever name you want to use. God, superconsciousness. At various stages of Samadhi, the last Savigalpa Samadhi, Saguna Samadhi, from which you will enter into Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the last Saguna Brahman, you will realize is Mother, Devi. Listen, whether it is physical, psychological, conscious, lies being spread, wrong things being spread is scam, and that is saying no to life. Saying no to life. Say yes to life as much as possible in every possible way. Understand? Even the healing science, the science behind how I heal and our thousands of healers are healing is nothing but the science of saying yes to life. Science of saying yes to life. People ask me, is organ donation accepted in Vedic tradition? I can very clearly say yes. Organ donation is perfectly accepted, supported, because it is again saying yes to life. Please understand. Only an enlightened body should not be touched, disturbed after they leave the body. It should be preserved as it is through the proper Vedic way of mummifying, the Jiva Samadhi process as described by Tirumular. Tirumular is Mahadeva using the body of a farmer who was taking care of his cows, who was bitten by the snake and dead, and all his cows were standing around him and crying. The story says there was a divine being going above the sky and saw the scene and decided to enter into that farmer's body and just to remove the sufferings of cows. I am telling you from my own authority, who can feel so compassionate for a Pashu? Only the Pashupati can feel so compassionate for Pashus. And only Pasupati can feel the sufferings of Pashus. He was only moving and he only assumed the body of Tirumular and came back to life, and he describes the whole science beautifully. Vedic way of mummifying the body, Jiva Samadhi. Only the enlightened beings' bodies should be properly preserved and Jiva Samadhi should be done. Other than that, any person, any normal person can write a will to donate his organs, and organ donation is accepted, and it is one of the best way to say yes to life. Yes to life. Let me expand on from different angle the same truth from this mantra, a practical, user-friendly way to use this verse. Whenever you make a conscious decision to say yes to life, listen. Whenever you make a conscious decision to say yes to life, all the other energies associated to life gets awakened in you. Understand? A simple dana means charity. You give some money for somebody's medical expense, or you give some food for somebody. Listen. Simple annadana awakens, because annadana is saying yes to somebody's life. He is suffering with hunger. Hunger is considered as one of the disease in Ayurvedic tradition. Giving food is curing the disease. The moment you give food, you say yes to his life, and I tell you, immediately the life energy in your stomach will be awakened. Anybody, please understand, as an authority on this cosmic science, the science how the cosmic energy works, as the authority on the dharma, with all my integrity, authenticity, I am declaring, I am revealing this truth. Please understand. Whenever you share food, do annadana, you say yes to somebody's life, and the life energy in your stomach is awakened. So any disease related to your stomach is healed. Same way, whenever you do Vaidya Dana, it is one of the very powerful dana in the Vedic tradition, means giving money or supporting somebody in his medical care, a poor person who can't afford, providing medical care for that person through medicines or whatever surgery, or providing whatever is necessary for his medical care. It's called Vaidya Dana. I tell you, if you are suffering with heart problem, do Vaidya Dana of a poor patient who is suffering with the same heart problem. Do Vaidya Dana. I guarantee the life energy in you will be awakened. Your recovery will be so fast. You will be healed so quickly. I have seen the benefit of Vaidya Dana in my life in many ways. Whenever I prescribe to devotees to do Vaidya Dana, or I myself did for some devotees, it has helped a lot. Helped a lot. Many people were supposed to die, did not die. Their life got elongated just by Vaidya Dana, I tell you, from my experience. Because the moment you say yes to somebody's life, the life energy in you wakes up to that yes. It wakes up to that yes. Whenever your life energy wakes up to yes, simply your body heals. All dana, please understand, all dana is saying yes to life. Still now I follow. Whenever I go to the sacred places, I'll do all the great danas need to be done. Of course, nowadays we don't collect as an individual item like a cow or gold, cloth. I give it as huge charity to sadhus or poor people. Even if the poor comes in the garb of sadhus, anything. Poor coming in the garb of sadhus is much better than poor becoming thieves. So don't deny anybody who comes in the garb of sadhus, give them. At least with the garb of sadhus, slowly you will pick up the sadhu qualities. even now, I never miss the opportunity to say yes to life. And I wanted to tell all my devotees, my followers, even when you are going in your car or whatever, how much ever you can, if you are going in two-wheeler or car, always keep in your bag some change, whatever you can. Don't miss a single beggar in any traffic signal. Please understand. Thousands of people may say, oh, don't encourage begging, don't give. They become drug addicts, they misuse this money, so many things. That is their problem. Understand? By giving, you say yes to life. And I tell you, when you start giving from this context, by giving this dana, I am saying yes to his life, you will see the life energy. Saying yes to life will be awakened not only in you, even in him. I have transformed so many people who received from me just by giving some money or support. I have transformed so many people. Understand? Because the context from which I am giving is saying yes to life. Don't bother about all the other stupid theories. Whether you go to a temple, whenever the tradition says these 5 people, you should never meet empty-handed or say no. These 5 people, you should always give something. 1, a child. Whenever you meet a child, see a child, always share something. And a pregnant woman who is carrying one more life, whenever you see her, always share something. And a beggar in the street or anywhere, person who is in need, poor, always share something. 4th, a sadhu, always share something. 5th person, you should not go meet empty-handed. You should always give something, is Guru. Tradition says these 5 people, you should always share something, offer something, because this is saying yes to life. And I tell you, you will never become poor by saying yes to life and sharing. You will never become poor. Go on sharing. You will be showered. You will be showered. Just yesterday, to one of my Mahant, I was telling, I gave her the asana, means the traditional seat for the branch she is going to be in charge. That time I said, behave as a princess and be the princess. Whether you go to a temple or anywhere, always offer, share, give how Swamiji gives. That way, give. And I told her, you will always receive it. never have insecurity. You will always receive it. You will be showered. Because whenever you share, especially from this context, saying yes to life, I am saying yes to life by sharing, by giving. Understand? Dana, charity, sharing is one of the highest form of saying yes to life. Whether it is sharing of food, sharing of clothes, sharing of knowledge, or sharing of enlightenment itself. Dana is one of the greatest way of saying yes to life. And by giving dana from this context of saying yes to life, you will awaken the life energy not only in you, even the person who is receiving. So, always say yes to life. Yes to life. Saying yes to life. Constantly sharing from the context of saying yes to life will awaken so much of life energy in you. So much of life energy in you. Wherever you get a chance to say yes to life, do it. Do it. I don't even bother about the security. I'll always keep notes, changes, coins in the car. Wherever the signals, car stops, any poor or beggars I see, that's the only time I touch money. Always giving with the context, from the context of saying yes to life. Please understand. Go on sharing as much as you can from the context of saying yes to life. Saying yes to life. And these 5 people, a child, pregnant woman, a beggar, or a sadhu, and guru. These 5 people, you should never go and meet empty-handed. You should always go. Whenever you see them, always share something. With this clear context of saying yes to life. Saying yes to life. And whichever position you are in, you may be a social leader, bureaucrat, religious leader, spiritual leader, or a political leader. Let all your decisions be always based on saying yes to life. You will have so much of blessings, strength, security, showered on you by the cosmos. Sharing and giving is one of the important way of saying yes to life. Even when I heal somebody, I just say deep yes to life. That's all. Their biomemory also picks up the truth of saying yes to life. And when that biomemory picks up the fire of yes to life, it suddenly starts healing itself. So much of healing, so much of recovery, so much of health happens. And I tell you, say a deep yes to life. That is the essence of all these three verses of this first Upanishad, Ishavasya Upanishad. Say a deep, powerful yes to life. And never say no to life. All your fears are nothing but saying no to life. All your fears are nothing but saying no to life. Say a powerful, deep yes to life. So, today in the temple, we are starting, of course, all over the world in the Sangha, the whole ashram and the whole Sangha. We are inaugurating, starting Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsava. Celebration of Devi, feminine consciousness. After 10 a.m. today, we will be raising the Brahmotsavam Dvaja flag, Brahmotsava Dvajarohanam, flag hoisting of Brahmotsava. You can see live on Nithyananda TV, and all the IA participants can also participate. It's a beautiful ceremony to start celebrating Devi as Rajarajeshwari. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwar Samarambam, Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam, Asmadacharya Paryantam, Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedars, Kotaris, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. The cities sitting with us through two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Surrey, Canada, Madurai, North San Antonio, Rajapalayam, Chicago, Hyderabad, Dubai, Hong Kong, Trinidad, Charlotte, San Antonio, Texas, Minot, North Dakota, Singapore, Singapuram, Winston-Salem, Doncaster, UK, Vancouver, Bhubaneswar, St. Louis, Tirumala, Indrani, New Jersey, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Los Angeles, Hollywood, and China, Charlotte, Srisalem, Toronto, Tirukailayam, Seattle, Chidambaram, Kuala Lumpur, Palani, Guadalupe, Rameshwaram, St. Louis, Tirumala, Ohio, Los Angeles, Arunachalam, Oman, Sivagangai, Kulim, Diruttani, and Malaysia, Chennai, Tiruvanmiyur, and lot more cities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Let's enter into third verse of Ishavasya Upanishad. I'll continue to expand on it because so many questions need to be answered, so many answers need to be questioned. Asurya namate lokaha antena tamasavrutaha taganste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita taganste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Listen, Atmahana, saying no to life, leads to the lower levels of existence. Dussanga, company of the lower level people, I tell you, that is the hell. That is the hell. Company of the lower level people, because they will somehow brainwash you to get into their space, and they will make you do what they want to do. Finally, they will put you in trouble, then they will escape because they are very shrewd. They will escape so that they will go and hunt the other person. One fellow, very popular preacher of suicide theology, he will preach, teach, literally mesmerize, hypnotize everyone to commit suicide. And a lot of people have started committing suicide. Teaching death is very easy, you see. That is why all death-based concepts, spread wild like a wildfire. All the death-based religions, concepts, killing yourself and killing others, they spread like a wildfire. But the life-based religions, concepts, takes lot of time. The best life-based religion in toto 100% is Jainism. The pure life-based religion, ahimsa and life, saying yes to life. But how much struggle that religion has to go through to spread? Or actually there is no followers, literally there is no followers of Jainism. That's the truth. Except a handful of monks, few people. Because it is life-based, doesn't spread that widely. But all death-based concepts, they just spread like a wildfire. Please understand, billions of animals are killed every year for our food. Still I can't imagine. How will you kill somebody for your snack? How will you kill somebody for your snack? It takes a lot of time to accept life-based truths, understandings. It's very easy to receive and teach, spread death-based ideas and concepts because it is all agitating. Agitation is misunderstood as excitement. This suicide theology fellow, he spread so much and people commit suicide. Somebody asked, why are you not committing suicide? You are teaching to so many people. He said, no, if I die, then who will teach this idea and make more and more people commit suicide? Dussanga, understand, biggest warning this Upanishad is giving is Dussanga, the wrong company. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita taguste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavritaha taguste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Lower grade worlds, abodes of demonic people, Asurya, Asuras, understand? Once, when I was in the Ramakrishna mission, I met a very senior sadhu. A great tapasvi. His name is Nandananda. Swami Nandananda ji. Great tapasvi. Very rarely I have seen tapasvi of his caliber. Actually, he has little difficulty in hearing. Not little, lot of difficulty. Literally, he can't hear. So he's But he's such beautiful, innocent being. He's almost like a deaf grandfather of the whole family. If there is a deaf grandfather in the family, how these grandkids will tease him and play around him and go near him, shout, scream, and make fun. He can't hear, so he will be screaming and running around, chasing. So he was exactly the deaf grandfather of the family. We small young brahmacharis will be running around him and teasing him, playing with him. He was such an innocent being and such a loving being, caring being. He will enjoy the whole thing. Just all by himself, walking from village to village, he established Ramakrishna Sangha in whole Andhra. So much he has done. Just by walking from village to village, he will take Ramakrishna's photo on his head and go from village to village and establish the Sangha. In whole Andhra he has established Ramakrishna Sangha. When I met him, he was already well above 90. There is every possibility he can be even still alive, because there was no sign of death in him. And I have not heard the news he left the body. There is a possibility he would have left the body and I have not received the news, or there is a possibility he has not left the body. At least when I met him, there was no sign of death in him. And I am 100% sure he has achieved Bhava Samadhi. Means he can converse with, he can talk to Sri Ramakrishna directly. Because I have seen him fulfilling the people's prayers by talking to him, talking to Sri Ramakrishna. Actually, when people ask him, the village people come to him and ask him any prayers, he will note that in Telugu. He is from Andhra, basically, born in Andhra, but I think brought up in North. Anyhow, he can write Telugu. He will note that down in Telugu, and when he comes and sits in the room, when he gets into that Bhava Darshana, Bhava, it means when he starts doing japa and meditation, when he gets into Bhava, I used to help him, assist him. Sadhu Seva is one of the greatest part of my lifestyle. With all my work, I will never miss serving any elderly sadhu whom I come in contact. From the time I know, I remember me, Sadhu Seva, serving the sadhus was an important component of my life. It is the instruction from Kuppammal, hey, serve the sadhus, you will be served 1,000 times better. And the word always came true. The word always came true. Now I can say, I am the most served living guru on the planet Earth. Not with any pride, arrogance. I can be very straightforward. Most served, most attended, most literally, physically worshipped. The whole thing is just because of the sadhu seva I did. Understand? Never miss serving elderly sadhus, especially when you know them, they are honest sadhus. They are sincere sadhus. They might be enlightened or unenlightened. They might be in the various levels of enlightenment, various levels of samadhi. But if you know them, that they are sincere sadhus, never miss serving them. So I used to serve him. In the night time, he will ask for a little hot water and all that. And one problem with the people who have a less hearing is they will think we also can't hear, so they will speak very loudly. They will speak very loudly. From his room, if he calls, I can listen from my room, which is almost 100 feet away. Koka! He'll call like that only. Koka means small boy. I am the youngest in my batch. So, actually, when I was accepted in the mutt, I was a minor. Minors are usually not accepted. Legally, you have to be a major. That 18 years, but I did not complete my 18 years, but they accepted me. So I was called as Koka. And he will scream. When I run to his room, he will ask for a little hot water. Very simple person. Not much things needed. Just little hot water to drink in the night, and very rarely he will ask for one banana. And very simple person. So when I give the hot water and wait for him to, I used to wait some time, that if he wants to give some instruction or if he wants to ask something further. So that time I have seen him getting into that Bhava Samadhi, and he will start talking to Ramakrishna. He will start talking to Ramakrishna. Please understand, he was not in any delusion or illusion, because he will ask me, hey, bring that paper from the table. There was a small table nearby. I'll bring that paper and give it to him, and whatever devotees have asked him, he would have penned down in that paper. He will ask one by one. And whenever he comes and stays in Mylapore Mutt, that around that place there are few slums, city slums. There is Kabali Nagar, the Deer Kuppam, and Ramakrishna Nagar. From those slums, people will come to see him. He was well known for fulfilling the prayers of people. So they will come to see him, and he will tell Ramakrishna that this person wanted his daughter to get admission in the college. Will it happen? When it will happen? Just like talking to us, he will talk to him. And then he will pick up a pen and, okay, it will happen, all right. Now he will tick, so that next day he will, when those devotees come, he will explain to them, he will tell them. I have seen this whole scene personally. End to end means when devotees come to him and talk to him, how he notes down, and the night time, how he sits and talks to Ramakrishna and notes down the Ramakrishna's answer. And then next day when the devotees come again, he will call them and pick up that paper and slowly read one by one with his loud voice. He will explain. Thakur bolche, he will mix Bengali also into his Telugu, Tamil, all mixed language. He has his own language. And he knows some 4 or 5 languages, so he will mix all that. And Thakur bolche means Ramakrishna said, and he will explain. At least whatever I have seen, not even one case failed. One reply he got back failed. And it will be very precise. Very precise. Not collective or superficial, rough. No. Very precise. I am a great Vedanti. I will not believe any of this that easily. For me, only my gurus are enlightened. I will not bend, bow down in front of anything, anybody. So I tested 2-3 times. And I used to take him to that shop where his hearing aids are made. And so I used to travel with him. Closely also, when I sit next to him also, I will watch. Is he really achieved Bhava Samadhi? Or is he just having some illusion or delusion? But continuously I have seen him being in that space of joy and innocence. Finally, one day I was very clear. I mean, all my doubts are clear that I am 100% sure he is in Bhava Samadhi and he really talks to Sri Ramakrishna and he really gets the response. That much I realized. I understood. Nandanandaji was actually even in Madurai Ramakrishna Math. He spent a lot of time in Madurai Ramakrishna Math also. And he will go and talk to Sundareshwara also. He will go to temple and stand in the Garbha Mandir and talk to Sundareshwara. One day I was really convinced about his greatness, and he is established in Bhava Samadhi. I asked him, Swamiji, you are talking to Sri Ramakrishna for the sake of everyone. Can you tell me, what should I ask Ramakrishna? What you ask from him, for you. You tell me, I want to ask the same thing for me, from him. Because if you are talking to him, then you know best what should be asked from him. You would have asked that for you. You tell me that I want to ask the same thing for me from him, through you only, but you tell me, what should I ask? What's the best thing to be asked from Bhagavan, Sri Ramakrishna? He usually will speak loudly. Suddenly he just pulled my hand and pulled me near him and started telling very lightly. Means, I think he's trying to convey something very secret. Ask Bhagavan always to have good company and never you should get into bad company. That's all you need to ask. Never you should be attracted to bad people and bad company. You should always be with the good people and good company. Have only good people, satsanga. Never you should be influenced, attracted by bad people. That's all I ask him for me. I will ask the same for you also. That's it. I tell you. Still I remember the power of those words. It may look very superficial and simple for you guys. Only if you know the context, the situation. A man who can talk to God directly every night as he wants says, I think I should ask only this. Let me not have bad people's company who influence me wrongly. I tell you. Bad people's company is such, they can even steal, rob guru in your life who happened after janmas of tapas, understand? After hundreds and hundreds of births, your prayers, your tapas, your fasting, your meditating, A living guru happens in your life. The bad company. Asurya namate loka. Antena tamasavrita. These people, asuras, the company of the asuras, bad people, can take away, rob even the greatest happening, that guru, from your life. Be aware, be careful, be aware, be careful. Asurya namate loka. Nandanandaji, that Swamiji said, whether when I am living or after death, don't allow bad people company to happen to me. That's all I wanted. He used to tell me. I told Thakur, if he doesn't give me health, I have no problem. If he doesn't give me wealth, I have no problem. I don't want name and fame. I don't ask anything. I don't want anything. Whatever he gives, he gives. If he doesn't want to give, if he doesn't want to give. I ask him only one thing. Let me have satsanga. Let me never have dussanga. Let me not have bad company who move me away from spiritual lifestyle. Dussanga is the worst curse, I tell you. Because even you falling into depression or slipping from spiritual lifestyle, spiritual practice is not crime, it may be mistake. But you can, if you have a good company, you can recover and come back. But company of the bad people is blunder. 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 Understand? They will be so enchanting, enticing. I tell you, always the bad people will be enticing because they are encouraging all your basic instincts. They are encouraging all your agitative excitements. They don't let the maturity happen. So the company of bad people is the blunder. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is Satsanga and Dussanga. What is Satsanga? What is Dussanga? How Satsanga does good? How Dussanga does bad? Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita. This line, Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita. This line is the subject for Vakyartha Sadas. Today's Vakyartha Sadas. Company of good people, not having the company of bad people. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita taguste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Understand? Good company. Just good company is enough. You will become enlightened. What else has happened in the Shivoham process? Whole Shivoham process happened in Cambodia, going to happen in Varanasi. Is all just satsanga. Sit with the master. Simply the enlightenment happens. Shivoham experience flowers. Especially Varanasi, Murti, Tirtha, Sthala, all the three. Tirtha, the Ganga. In Kamikagama, Mahadeva says, Ganga is the ever pure water. In the Bhasma Snana Vidhi, he says, just like Ganga is ever pure water, Bhasma is ever pure. Ganga, Tirtha, Sthala. What better Sthala you will get than Varanasi? His very own address. If Kailasa is his address, Varanasi is his bedroom. It is his private quarters. If Kailasa is his address, Varanasi is his private quarters. What better place you will find? And Achala Murti, Viswanatha, Sachala Murti, Gurudeva. And the concept you are going to work is Shivoham. Actually, when you start the program only, you will even chant Shivoham. You will end up as Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Because Aham will not be there to tell even Shivoham. It will end up as Shiva, Shiva. Satsanga. 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 Asurya namate lokaha antena tamasavrita taguste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. I'll continue to expand. Antagunste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Pretyabhi means after death. Pretyabhi, after death. Listen. Whoever does Atmahana, killing the Atman, after death, they get into the space where negative people live. It's a simple truth. Same frequency attracts same frequency. Birds of same feathers flock together. That's all. It's a simple fact. Nothing mystical about it. And if you are a negative person, you will not be happy even in satsang. You will get only negative people and do you know what he is doing? Do you know what he is doing? Do you know what she is doing? Only with that kind of talk you will also be comfortable. Yes. Wow, I feel so relieved. And she is such a nice person and such a good friend. And same way, if you are a person aligned to the truth and for life, spirituality, you will feel comfortable only with those kind of friends. I tell you, This one statement, tell about who is your friend, with whom you are hanging out, I'll tell about you. This is the ultimate sutra. I think this can be even added into Upanishads. Now I can tell in our Sangha, based on who is walking with who is hanging out with who is sitting with who is talking with whom. Just with that I can tell whether this fellow is going to be evolving or he is going to be disappearing soon, running away soon. I can very clearly tell. Same way among devotees also. Who hangs out with whom and who takes selfie with whom and puts it in the Facebook. Now with that I know very clearly it is going to pass or fail. Understand? Pretyabhigachanti. After death, where you are going to go, prepare yourself for that. The best place to prepare yourself for the journey of after death is Varanasi. Actually, this Varanasi inner awakening is going to be the experience of Upanishads, literally. Literally the experience of Upanishads. And the construction of Varanasi ashram and Gurukul is happening in super fast speed. Inner awakening program itself may not be held in the Varanasi ashram now, but we may be inaugurating, at least installing the deity in the Varanasi Gurukul. Asuryanamate loka antena tamasavrita tagunste bretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Understand? Yesterday I was expanding on how saying yes to life raises you, saying no to life disturbs you. I was explaining about Vairagya. Listen, I wanted to add something further. If you feel the sensory pleasures of your life, saying no to it is saying no to life. And when the life teaches you sensory pleasures are not ultimate, move, not ready to learn that lesson is also saying no to life. Listen. Whenever life gives you the experience, sensory pleasures are not ultimate. Come on, come next. Move forward, move further. Let your pleasures be matured. Let your aspirations be matured. And you saying, no, I think that is too much risk I have to take. I think it's okay, I'm here, good. That is again saying no to life. Saying no to the evolution of life is saying no to life. If you are confused, now, if I say yes, am I saying yes to my passions and yes to my sensory pleasures? Or should I say yes to my maturity, evolution? I think life has also told me many times that sense pleasures are not ultimate. It is asking me to get matured. What should I do? Always, even if you think it is going to be mistake, decide for maturity. Because even if it's a mistake, it's the right side to err. Right side to err. Err on the right side. So understand, lot more thinking through is required about this concept of saying yes to life. That is why I insist on Vakyartha Sadas. All the seekers should either listen or participate in Vakyartha Sadas. I tell you, in Vakyartha Sadas, so much of Vada Pradivada, listening, internalizing, exploring happens. The beauty of Vakyartha Sadas is it makes even your body matured. Listen, not just mind. Your body gets matured. Whenever you do intense yoga, kriya, pranayama, don't think just your body gets matured. Your mind too gets matured. When you work on the body, mind also gets matured. When you do Vakyartha Sadas, body also gets matured. In all our ashrams, the sound of the mantras in the temple and the smell of the Goshala and the sound of food being cooked in the large quantity and served freely, and sound of the bell ringing in the temple, and the sound of the Vakyartha Sadas should be continuously heard. All this should be the brand of Nithyananda Sangha ashrams. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita tagunste pretyabhigachanti eke chat mahano janaha. Kill the Atma. Who does Atmahana? They get into the space of demons. The hells coerced by blinding darkness and all the negative qualities of tamas. So wake up, decide for life. Never give up. Come what may, look through it. You will see the light in the other side of the tunnel. However long the tunnel may look, you will see the light on the other side. Don't give up. And I have the right to tell that word experientially. Don't give up. As Hindus, we have the right to tell that word, don't give up. After being beaten so much, attacked so much, understand? I am not even talking about 3000 years. Just last 300 years, the amount of Hindus killed, tortured, abused just because of our faith, our way of life. After all that, we are still standing and we have a right to say, don't give up. And I tell you, after all this torture, we are made to believe our own upper caste has killed our own lower caste. That is the peak of crime. After being destroyed, the remaining few of us are made to believe no outsider killed, you guys killed each other. Because we are seeing so many dead bodies all around. How to dispose? What to do? Who killed it? Who did it? No, you guys did it amongst yourself when you are sleeping. When you are sleeping, you rolled on that person, he rolled on you, and he got killed. This is the story we are told. Anyhow, all this we withstood. We have not given up. It's time for us to win. We won't give up, and we will teach people not to give up. Because we have faced all the worst situations where anybody would have given up, and we did not give up. We have a right to tell you guys, don't give up. Always decide for life. Always decide for life. Always decide for life. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrada tagunste prityabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Those who do atmahana, deny life, get into the worst abodes filled with negative people and negativity. Nithyanandeshwara samarambam Nithyanandeshwari madhyamam Asmadacharya paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanidars, Kotaris, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. all over the world. Cities sitting with us all over the world. Canberra Health and Harmony Festival. Los Angeles Arunachalam, Ohio Prayag, Oman Shivagangai, St. Louis Tirumala, Toronto Tirukkailayam, and lot more cities. Charlotte, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Cluj, Romania, Guadeloupe, Indrani, New Jersey, China, Houston, and everywhere it is. I'm having too many cities. I'll enter into satsang directly. So I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Too much is waiting to come out, so. Let's start on the third verse of Ishavasya Upanishad. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavritaha tagunste pretyabhigachanti yeke Chatmahano janaha. Listen. Please listen. No one is good, no one is bad. If somebody does the actions which fulfills your ambitions, you call them as good. If somebody does actions which is not fulfilling your ambitions, you call them bad. No one is right, no one is wrong, no one is good, no one is bad. Deciding somebody is good or bad, right or wrong, is purely dependent on how much they are supporting your ambition. So what cosmos answers? What is the answer of cosmos for this issue? The Upanishad, please understand, Upanishads are dharma declaring its authority and authenticity by itself. No human being is involved in it. No human vested interests are involved in it. No. Here, no prophet, no messenger, no son of God, not even God is involved. Understand? Hindu tradition is so bold. God has only second place. The Dharma, Upanishads stand taller than the concept of God. Understand? It stands taller than the concept of God. What is the opinion of cosmos? What's the opinion of universe? How does the universal intelligence addresses this problem of high and low, right, wrong, good, bad, because our perceptions of good and bad, right and wrong is far away from the fact or the truth, or forget about reality. What is the cosmos opinion? Who is good? Who is bad? Who is becoming more and more good? Who is becoming more and more bad? Who is doing more and more right? Who is doing more and more wrong? What is right? What is wrong? Who is right? Who is wrong? Who is good? Who is bad? Because Upanishads have to declare this to the universe. They have to declare. They have to reveal this to universe. We have not even attributed Upanishads to gods or even the God. No. We wanted to retain the authority and authenticity as it is. We left it as apaurushya, as it was done, revealed. Understand? Our rishis don't even want to attribute these Upanishads to any gods, goddesses, the God. No. They said it is a cosmos declaring its authenticity and authority to itself. So what Upanishads want to say about good and bad, right and wrong, high and low, in this last 3 verses, Upanishads are declaring beautifully the whole science of life. Almost all the questions of good and bad, right, wrong, who is higher, who is lower, why somebody is enjoying, somebody is suffering, everything is clarified. Understand? Upanishads don't answer question by question. They just bombard the questioner. Upanishads, if they answer 100 of your questions, they will make you question millions of your answers. You questioning many of your answers using these sutras is what I call internalizing. Manana means you questioning many of your answers using the truths of Upanishads, revelations of Upanishads. I wanted the Bidadi Nithyanandeshwara temple to be a golden temple, mainly to engrave this whole Upanishads in golden letters. And all the 108 Upanishads will be engraved in stone in golden letters in Bidadi. It is the cosmos declaring its authority, cosmos revealing its authority and authenticity. Here, Upanishads declare right and wrong, good and bad, reveal the sacred truths about right, wrong, good, bad, to the universe. Listen, saying yes to life is always right and brings all good things. Saying no to life is always wrong, brings all negative things. All your questions, why somebody who is so good is suffering, why somebody who is so bad is enjoying, all your questions are answered just by this one sacred truth. Now, your questions have thousands of answers in it. When you say why such good man is suffering, you already come to the conclusion he is good man. Now question that answer with this truth. You may say he is good person. You have come to the conclusion. You already have the answer. He is a good person. And why is he suffering? Use this sacred truth and question that answer. As he said and are saying yes to life. Wherever he is suffering, is he saying yes to life? Understand? Same way, if you say, why is this bad person enjoying? Look in. Question your conclusion he is a bad person. Is he saying no to life? Please understand. Dharma is revealing itself. So internalize. Catch it and internalize it. Listen. Question all your standards of morals. Question all your concepts of right. Question all your concepts of wrong. If somebody strongly believes sensual pleasures are life and that is the way he expands, he is saying yes to those pleasures, he is saying yes to life. Understand? I am almost on the edge of getting misunderstood. But I am taking the risk to reveal the cosmic truth as it is. Wait. Don't come to conclusion. Listen. Listen a little more. But when life or your own inner self teaches you, when your aspirations get matured, maybe it is not all about sense pleasures. I think good name and fame is the real life. When your aspirations get matured, have the strength and powerfulness to move towards it, leaving the sensory pleasures as a second priority. So retain powerfulness when you say yes to senses or yes to name and fame, yes to mental pleasures. Name and fame is the mental pleasure, the psychological pleasure. Or when your aspirations get matured and life raises you to experience the conscious pleasures, understand, initiation, bliss, all these are conscious pleasures. What you experience during the Kundalini awakening or during the completion, when you feel complete Kundalini awakening time, during the initiation, during the energy darshan, without any support from senses or mind, those pleasures are pleasures of consciousness, pleasures of senses, pleasures of mind, pleasures of consciousness. Saying yes even to your pleasures of senses, as long as you feel they are your life, is saying yes to life. And the next statement I am going to make is important. As long as you perceive and believe sensory pleasures are your priority and they expand you and they bring you tremendous joy, fulfillment, contentment, pleasure, saying no to sensory pleasures is saying no to life. It is self-denial, killing the Atma, Atma Hana. Spend lot of intelligence, energy, time in introspection, internalizing, and take decisions in life. Ability to retain your powerfulness to say yes to the maturity of your aspirations is vairagya. Ability to retain your powerfulness and saying yes to the maturity of your aspirations is vairagya. Whenever your aspirations are matured, they may mature from the pleasures of senses to pleasures of mind and pleasures of mind to pleasures of consciousness. and to the bliss of consciousness itself. Tanmayananda, the bliss in the very existence of you. Advaita Anubhava, Advaitic happening, saying yes to the maturity of your aspirations. When your aspirations are getting matured, when you say yes to them, you also get matured. When you are not able to say yes to your matured aspirations, you may be getting aged, not matured. The next statement I am making, listen. Whenever your aspirations are matured, but due to powerlessness and inability to say yes to the matured aspirations, if you continue to say yes to your lower aspirations and saying no to the matured aspirations, is again Atmahana. Now, if you feel there is certain level of confusion, conflict, contradiction in me, till I grasp and come to certain clarity, what should I do? To what I should say yes or no? For this question, the Upanishad, the answer for this question, we introduce God and Kamikagama. Now comes the personal form appearance, not before. Till now the context is set, only now the hero entry. Understand, in Vedic tradition, context is higher than hero. Context is higher than hero. You always think hero is higher than everything because you are in the form. Anything presented in the form impacts you, impresses you. That is why context assumes human form is God. Context assuming human form is God. If he is still moving the hands and legs and doing actions as you do, is Guru. The context assuming the form as per your perception is God. Context assuming the form to be perceived by you is Guru. Context assuming the form of perception by you, context assuming the forms as per your perceptions is God. Context assuming the form for your perceiving happening is Guru. listen. Whenever you have a doubt, question, conflict, controversy, incompletion, unable to internalize these sacred truths and take a decision in the immediacy of your life, all you need is Kamika Agama, where the whole truths of Upanishads is transmitted into a user-friendly day-to-day manual. User-friendly day-to-day manual. Yesterday, on the auspicious day of Sri Ramakrishna's birthday, yesterday was Ramakrishna's Janmaditi. For last so many days, all of us are searching for the complete English translation of Kamikagama. Yesterday, the auspicious day, please understand, after the Amavasya, it is third day, the new energy gets infused into the world through the reflection of the moon. That is when Ramakrishna happened. And exactly the same way, so many of our sannyasis suddenly, all of them simultaneously discovered Kamikagama English translation. We were all praying. If we have to sit and do the translation, it will take so much time. But we wanted to follow, start imbibing as early as possible. And Mahadeva literally revealed and blessed. Our Sangha with the simultaneous revelation of Kamikagama English translation to multiple sannyasis at the same time. Exactly evening. So now we have the complete translation of Purva Kamikagama, Purva Pada and Uttara Pada, both. Purva and Uttara both. It's available freely in the internet. We can flash the link. Please see the link. Now it will be flashed and all the SMKT will receive an email of that link. It's done by some Shivacharyas and yes, Shivacharya's name. Dr. S.P. Sabaratna Shivacharya and uploaded by the Himalayan Academy, the Kawai Hindu Monastery. In their website it is there. So I wanted all my followers. It's available as free download. All my followers to download the Purva and Uttara and read the relevant parts for your life. You may not need the how to build temples, all those parts. You may need how to take bath every day, brush yourself, apply vibhuti, do your simple puja. So whatever relevant part, please read and start aligning yourself. And all the Mahants, Kotaris, Tanidars who are part of the Sangha, you may have to read more parts, because if you are going to start a temple or start an ashram, start a center, you may need to read all those parts also. It's, I think, around 2000 pages. And I also wanted to tell every one of you, the Himalayan Academy, out of the grace and respecting the tradition, knowledge is free. They have uploaded the whole thing freely, but I request and recommend all our centers and ashrams to collect some donation as much as you can and contribute it to them directly, thanking them for this great service to Hindu tradition and Hinduism. After all, they are doing so much of service to Hinduism by bringing all this to the world and revealing these great truths by translating them and uploading it for free download. They are serving. So I recommend all our centers, ashrams, when you download and use this, contribute to them so that they can continue to do their good work. Let the Dharma Chakra roll. Let the wheel of Dharma roll. It will roll only when everyone who is benefited also stands by it and supports it. And I also wanted to sincerely thank, on my behalf and the behalf of Nithyananda Sangha, the Himalayan Academy and Kawai Hindu Monastery for uploading this English translation for free download in the internet. And I personally want to thank Dr. S.P. Sabaratna Mahasivacharya for doing this great service to humanity. So all of you download and start aligning your life as much as possible to Kamikagama, because here your doubts, your questions, everything gets answered by the immediacy, user-friendly, direct, straightforward, intimate, personal instruction level. Mahadeva is revealing these great truths and directly instructing. So, all the Sri Mahants, Kotaris, Tanedars, email has been already sent to you with the link of Kamikagama, Purva, Uttara, both the parts. The science of enlightenment, context for life should be from 108 Upanishads. Lifestyle should be based on Kamikagama. Administration, running the Sangha, all the right, wrong, prayaschitta, enrollment, adding, deletion, administration should be done as per Manusmriti. I am clearly defining the vision of Nithyananda Sangha Upanishads are the ultimate, superior, authoritative scriptures for our Sangha. The 108 Upanishads described, named in Muktiko Upanishad. Please understand, among the Upanishads, there are some confusions, controversies, which should be accepted as Upanishads and which should not be. So I am clearing it. 108 Upanishads named in Muktiko Upanishad by Sri Ramachandra Prabhu to Hanuman. That 108 Upanishads forms the most authoritative, ultimate, superior, supreme scripture for our Sangha. And Kamikagama is the authoritative book for our lifestyle, day-to-day lifestyle. And Manusmriti forms the book based on which we will be doing administration of our Sangha and living our life. So anywhere if Manusmriti is attacked, we will stand up to defend Manusmriti. Anybody attacking Upanishads or Agamas or Manusmriti, they are attacking us directly. We will stand and defend. And I also wanted to mention one more important truth. Agama, Kamikagama, as revealed by Mahadeva, nowhere Mahadeva says these agamas should be practiced and taught only by particular community people. No. He says very clearly, Shiva Vipraihi. Shiva Vipra means followers of Shiva. So understand the authority to read, practice, preach, share agamas belongs to anybody who decides to follow Shiva. That's all. The word Shiva Vipra cannot be translated as particular community. See, in Amnaya Patati, Adi Shankara very clearly declares the person who occupies his pita should be Yoni Brahmana, means born in Brahmana Yoni, born to Brahmin mother. Oh, it does not say Brahmin father. Exactly. Anyhow, let's not get into the controversy. It says born to Brahmin mother. He makes it very clear. Who is a born Brahmin. He only has to sit in that seat. He doesn't say practicing Brahmin. Here, if Mahadeva wants to restrict this knowledge of Agama to certain community which comes by birth, he would have described it very clearly, because he goes to the extent of describing the measurement of your toothstick. When he is in the mood of giving such elaborate, clear description, not just the kind of a stick you should use for the brushing, the length and even thickness thickness it describes. When he goes to that extent, he not saying this belongs to certain community by birth. The right or the authority goes by birth. He doesn't say. He didn't say anywhere. He says very clearly, Shiva Vipra, followers of Shiva. So, anybody decides to practice devotion to Shiva, who decides to follow Shiva, you have the right and authority to follow, read, practice, preach Shaivagamas. So please understand. Please understand. By revealing this to all of you and requesting all of you to align your life, I am not doing anything against the instruction or will of Mahadeva. I am only doing exactly as per his instruction. So, I am very clearly telling you, all of you have adhikara, right to read, practice, live, preach Shaivagamas. Let me come back to the Upanishads. Asurya namate lokaha antena tamasavrita taguste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Understand? Right and the wrong. Right and the wrong. Good and bad. Evolution or involution. Expanding or shrinking. All these questions. What is sadhana and what is vedana? What is yoga? What is roha? All these questions answered in this one verse. With this one word, Atmahana Asurya Namate Loka Antena Tamasavrutaha Taguste Pretyabhigachanti Eke Cha Atmahano Janaha. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas, just the word Atmahana. What is Atmahana and what is not Atmahana? I wanted to read all the 3 sutras of Upanishads. Please listen. Ishavasya midaggun sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagat tena tyaktena bunjita makridakasya sviddanam kurvanneveha jiji vishechadaggun samaha evantvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. Listen, listen. In this verse, decide to live. Jijivishet. Kurvan nevega karmani jijivishet sadaggo samaha. This is the key word. In the next verse, Atmahana is the key word. There, what it means to say yes to life, what it means to say no to life. What is saying yes to life? What is saying no to life? Is clearly explained. Now, today, the subject for Vakyartha Sadas in the evening is Atmahana. Atmahana. I have a happy announcement. We have got our own property in Madurai. It is just 2 kilometers from the main bus stand Madurai. Madurai bus stand. It means inside the city limit. We have our own property now to start the Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham in Madurai. We already have city center, and now we have ashram too. So now the Sangha will start functioning in full-fledged way in Madurai. I am declaring we are going to have a beautiful school, Gurukul and temple in Madurai. Blessings to Madurai Sangha. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita. Eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome everyone who is sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing. Canterbury, Australia. San Jose, Madurai. Australia, I am able to see your fair. My blessings for the program to be successful. Nirbeda, Paul Sadasivam, blessings for all of you for the program to be successful. And many more cities are joining. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. Today I am going to expand on just only one word, Atmahana. Let's repeat the Upanishad, third mantra, third sutra in Ishavasya Upanishad. Asurya namate lokaha antena tamasavృతాః तागस्ते प्रेत्याभिगच्छन्ति एके चात्महनो जनाः. Atmahana. Even while you are alive, saying yes to death is Atmahana, hell. Even during the so-called death, saying yes is liberation, enlightenment. Varanasi stands for that principle of saying yes to life even when it presents death. Listen. Saying yes to life even when it presents death. Saying no to life in any form is Atmahana. Understand? If you feel, if you perceive life is doing something against you, life is not letting what you want happen, this feeling, life is not cooperating with me, supporting me, making what I want happen, this feeling is as universal as universe itself. Understand this truth is from Akashic records. Listen. Listen. I am colloquially presenting to you, means in the user-friendly language I am presenting. Maybe I will read the original Akashic records as it is and then present it to all of you. By its own existence, it expands into possibilities. Because of its existence and saying Tatastu to life, yes to life, life shows you the possibilities which you declare as denied to you. If life is interested in denying, it will not even show its possibilities to you in the first place. Its possibilities, by being revealed to you itself, the yes is given to you and your decision expression to live is accepted, respected, encouraged by you claiming life is not cooperating or supporting into what you want, you are denying the very revelations and expressions happened to your very consciousness. Listen. By its own light, moon shows the black patches inside it. By its own light, moon shows the black patches inside it. On new moon day, you will never find black patches of the moon. Only on the full moon day, you will find the black patches. It means by its light only, even the black patches are found. If you are finding the black patches of the moon is shining, reflecting light. Understand? Because the possibilities are revealed to you, you even come to know about those possibilities. For example, you think flying is possible for you, and then complain life is not letting you achieve that. Becoming a billionaire is possible for you, and then complain life is not letting you to achieve that. Understand? The very moment life informs you something is possible, it is saying yes to you. The very moment you come to know flying is possible, becoming billionaire is possible, life is supporting you. That is why it is even making you understand it is possible for you. Try to listen. The Akashic records which I read out just now, again and again, at least 5 times. Today the Akashic records I read out about this sutra is the subject for Vakyartha Sadas. Listen. You feeling life is not letting what you want to happen in your life. For example, you always wanted health, but life is never letting that happen to you. You always wanted wealth, and just one day before you are achieving it, everything collapses. Please listen. The very information being given to you, the hope being generated in you, that health is possible, wealth is possible, is a solid proof life is supporting you. Otherwise, even that possibility will not be informed to you. You will not be informed even about the possibility. The moment the possibility is informed, life is supporting you. Be informed. Be very clear. And reading out Akashic records is much more easy than making all of you understand with the language you understand. Reading Akashic records is just open that screen and it will appear in. Originally the Akashic records appear in Sanskrit and it get translated into English during the process of seer seeing the scene and cognizing. That is why most of the English words which I use, those same words are getting repeated in the Akashic records, because the seer, during the process of seeing, translating the scene, because the seer is the person who is talking to you regularly in English, he uses the same word to cognize and translate the scene during the process of seeing itself. Understand? This concept of life is not supporting me is like my breathing is not letting me breathe. It is like my eyes show some spots as dark. Even you recognizing some parts are dark is because your eyes are functioning. That is enough proof that your eyes are functioning. So if you feel you want to be a billionaire and you are denied denied entry into billionaires club and it is not happening, be informed the very concept revealed to you that you can become billionaire is enough proof life is supporting you. Only when you understand the tons and tons of ways life is supporting you, you will also decide to say yes to life. As long as you think life is denying you what you want, life is keeping you away from what you want, you will also start saying no to life. Listen, it is like this. Your office provides you a beautiful house, car, everything needed for you to live and work. One day morning, while you are trying to drink your cup of coffee, the coffee tumbler fell and it was too hot and your feet got a little burnt. Immediately you sue the office. You complain about the office. See, they are responsible. They did not provide a carpet for me. Otherwise, the coffee would have been absorbed. It would not have spread and reached my feet and burnt it. How illogical and adharmic this action is. That is exactly the way you need to be handled when you say, life is denying its possibilities for me. Life is denying what I want from me. There was a lady that was a habitual grumbler and was constantly complaining about everything. One day her preacher thought, yes, he had discovered something that she could be happy about, because her farm crop was the best one for miles around. When he met her, he said with a big smile, "You must be very happy. Everyone is saying how healthy your potatoes looks this year." She replied grimly, "True, they are pretty good, but what am I going to do when I need some bad ones to feed the pigs?" You have a reason to grumble. I tell you, even you have a reason to grumble is a compassion of the cosmos towards you. Really, I am telling you. Even for you to grumble, it finds some reason and gives you so that you don't feel too bad about yourself. Understand, I am revealing the layer and layer meanings of this verse. Hope happening in you is just because life has a hope in you. Understand? The hope happening in you because life has a hope in you. If you are feeling some desire of hopefulness, be very clear. Life is giving you that experience itself because it has still hope on you. It still has hope on you. Don't think having hope is your birthright. Birth itself is not your right. This word is a stupid word. This birthright word is a most stupid word. Birth itself is not your right. Then how can you use the word birthright as if birth is your right? No. Somebody asked Ramana Maharshi, "Bhagavan, how do I know I received God's grace?" He says, the very effort you are putting to reach God is nothing but God's grace. Listen, the disciple asks, should I try doing spiritual practices or should I depend on God's grace? How do I know when I achieved the God's grace? He says, even you thinking that you should try or you trying itself is a solid proof you have His grace. Only if you have His grace, you can even think or work, plan to move towards Him. To move towards Him. Saying yes to life, not doing Atmahana. Understand? This word Atmahana, when it is translated into English, it's literally kill the Atma. But how can you kill the Atma? Because Gita defines which cannot be killed is Atma. Nainam chindanti sastrani nainam dakati pavakaha, which cannot be made wet by water and burnt by the fire and dried by the air and cut by the sword, is Atma. Which cannot be killed, is Atma. Then how you can say literally kill the Atma? Killing the Atma means saying no to life. Don't ever say no to life. Listen. Whenever you perceive life is denying you something, just look at from this angle. It is silver lining makes you see the cloud. You can't say, oh, what a big cloud. There is a end. Only then you are seeing the cloud. Even the energy which you get to say life is denying you something, means you want something, so you say life is denying. The very idea you want something itself is enough proof life is supporting you. Understand? I have a great news for you today. Anything you wanted even once, you have to enjoy it. You have to enjoy it. That is law of life. Anything you wanted even once, if you had a subtle greed for the seat even once, in any one of the future janmas, you will be made to sit in this and go through all the responsibilities you need to take for this. Only then you will be liberated. Understand? Only then you will be liberated. If you decide for liberation, then if the seat happens, it will be so beautiful. Just like how I am enjoying. But if you add for a greed, nothing wrong. It will not be denied to you. You have to live it. You have to enjoy it. See, one of the biggest problem of human beings, please understand, I am giving you the why, what, where, when, all you need to know about the human frustration. Listen. First you ask for the chair of CEO, then you think, even CEOs are under politicians. Let me ask for the seat of politician. Then you find, no, even politicians are falling at the feet of the Swamis. This is the best seat. Then you ask for the seat of a Swami. The other day I was reading a joke. %80 MBA graduates pick up the file and become officers. Just pass, pick up the files and get the government job and become bureaucrats. Failed. Somehow, for survival, get into the politics and rule the bureaucrats. Listen, 90% becomes officers. Less than that, just pass, become bureaucrats and rule the officers. And fail, become politicians and rule the bureaucrats. Who never went to school, becomes a Swami and rules the politicians. Now, I am not literally accepting this joke. This has a lot of implications. It has to be taken just as a joke. Understand, the beauty of Hindus is only we can laugh at ourselves. We have no problem about it. We can make fun of us and we can laugh. We can enjoy. Listen, your possibilities being revealed to you itself is a solid proof life supports you. I was telling a story. So first you aspire for the CEO seat, then you aspire for the politician's chair, then you aspire for the Swami seat. But when you are aspiring for the Swami seat, by the time your first aspiration will become reality, which is CEO chair. That is what is the source of your frustration. Listen. When your aspirations are ripe, the happenings are not able to catch up, it is frustration. But you need to understand, happenings are because of your aspirations earlier. It has to come in the queue as you aspired. Listen. Listen. Because your aspirations have changed, don't be frustrated about life. Everything you aspired has to be enjoyed. I tell you, this one law of life, if you understand, you will never curse the happenings of life. You know, every happening now, you aspired at one time. You craved for it at one time. This is the best news, greatest news I can give you. With this, you can come, wow, I craved for this one day, so I am enjoying. Anything you craved for has to be lived. Yes, now your aspirations have changed. That does not mean what you aspired can be dropped. It has to be lived so that you grow further, you grow further, you grow further. Listen. Even your aspirations getting matured is life saying yes to you. I tell you, if your aspirations are not getting matured and what you wanted is happening, that place is called Devaloka. Yes, what you always wanted, you will be enjoying, but your aspirations never get matured. I tell you, even if it is nectar, if your aspirations are not getting matured, you will be tired and bored. Even if it is a heaven, if your aspirations are not evolving, you will be sick and tired. The greatest happening of life is aspirations getting matured. Please understand. If you are frustrated, I have a great news for you. You are on the right track. And I have a good news for you. You don't need to be frustrated. Great news, you are on the right track, because the very frustration, the formula of frustration is fulfillment of your earlier aspirations plus aspirations getting matured, equal to frustration. Listen. Fulfillment of your earlier aspirations plus aspirations getting matured brings frustration. In law of life, your earlier aspirations, however silly it can be, cannot be denied because you aspired for it. Life is painted on the canvas of Tathastu. Whether you visualize the scene of eating a pizza or rolling on the ground or sitting in the CEO chair or sitting in the politician's chair or sitting in the Swami's chair, all visualizations are painted on a large canvas which is a huge Tathastu of life. So canvas on which the painting of life is done, visualization of life is done, is Tathastu. So be it. The whole universe is moving with this sound of Tathastu, Tathastu, Tathastu. By the time you have moved to the politician chair, you already received Tathastu for the CEO chair. So that cannot be destroyed. You have to sit in that chair. As per the interest and intention and intensity of Tathastu, then you have to move to the chair of politician. As per your intention, interest and intensity of Tathastu. By the time you move to the politician's chair, you might have already started desiring for Swami's seat. But the Tathastu received is the Tathastu received, and it has to be exhausted. So, the great news for you is everything you wanted now is your aspiration which was given Tathastu by cosmos. Everything happening to you now is the Tathastu you received earlier, is the great news. And good news is everything you are aspiring now is getting Tathastu from the cosmos. So understand the secret of life. Understand the secret of life and listen. Listen. I am giving you the key to get out of frustration. Listen. Any situation you are in, when you are frustrated, look in and find out what must be the best thing in this situation for which I have aspired this situation in my past. Let me look from that context, this situation. You will see you are enjoying exactly what you wanted. Understanding the original context for which you aspired, the present situation and happening of life, and celebrating life is completion. Understanding the original context for which you aspired, the present situation, and looking at the present situation from that very context and enjoying, celebrating is completion. The moment you start celebrating the present happening, you are now qualified to make your updated aspirations into reality. If you celebrate the CEO chair, quickly you can jump into politician's chair. If you celebrate the politician's chair from the context why you asked for it, you can quickly jump into Swami's seat. If you celebrate that from the very context you asked, understanding, you can quickly jump into the Swamihood itself. Understand, even karma is not binding if you understand the context. You feel karma is binding because your context has become matured. Your aspirations have become matured. Aspirations getting matured should be celebrated, not to be cursed, not to be dealt with frustration. Listen. I wanted every one of you to listen to this satsang again and again. Only then you won't miss a single point and catch it. Just catching this satsang will free you from all the wrong concepts of karma, and you will say the real yes to life. Even your karma is not curse on you. No. Even your frustration cannot frustrate you anymore if you understand the frustration is caused by your aspirations getting matured. Listen, you want CEO chair, you achieve it before your aspirations got matured towards the politician's chair or towards the Swami's seat. Your life may look heaven, but not enlightenment. Aspirations not getting matured, but your past aspirations getting fulfilled is heaven. I tell you, it is only the Boloka, the planet Earth, is the only loka where the aspiration getting matured is possible. That is why even gods and goddesses have to come to this plane for evolution. Evolution is possible only if your aspirations are able to get matured. Analyze your whole life with this one truth. No frustration can frustrate you anymore. Frustration frustrates you only if you are from the wrong context. Frustration frustrates you only if you are from the wrong context. Understand. What I am talking in today's satsang is intense truths. You need to listen to this satsang 4-5 times. Only then you will understand the layer by layer by layer what I really mean by these statements. When you aspired for CEO chair, you must be having some context. But when you sit in the chair, you forget the context and start aspiring for politician's chair. Again, when you sit in the politician's chair, you forget the context, why you aspired for it, and aspire for Swami's seat. That is why life continues to be frustrating. Nothing wrong in your aspirations getting matured. Something is seriously wrong. You forgetting the context of why you are having what you are having. One more great news I have for you is your aspiration getting matured does not necessarily needs you forgetting the context with which you created your present. You can continue to celebrate your present and make your aspirations getting matured. That space is Nithyananda Loka. Understand? Your aspirations getting matured does not necessarily require. Frustration is not precondition. You forgetting the context of your earlier aspirations, present life. Aspirations, when you forget the context, why you aspired for it, will become a perspiration even if you achieve it. Because the context is forgotten. And forgetting the context is not a prerequisite for your aspirations to get matured. Knowing the context of the present, why you are having what you are having, why you aspired for it, remembering that right context, and celebrating what you are having, and your aspirations getting matured can happen together. That is what I call completion. Completion is celebrating your life happening as it is now from the context of why you aspired for it and your aspirations getting further matured. A Shudra aspires to be economically independent so that he can have his time for himself. Listen, a person who sells just his time is a worker. Person who sells products made out of his time and intelligence is businessman. Person who sells certain concept of security and protection is politician, Kshatriya, person who sells the concept of ultimate realization is Brahmana. Listen, a worker always aspires to be a businessman so that he feels his life will be in his freedom. He can work whenever he wants and he can relax whenever he wants. So with that context, he aspires to be a businessman. But the moment he sits as businessman, he forgets the context why he wanted to be a businessman, and his greed makes him forget he can take off when he wants. A worker, too many workers' hands are held by businessman. So from this side, the worker's side, he thinks if he becomes this hand, he can withdraw whenever he wants and be free. But after he becomes this hand, he realizes his greed not only does not let him withdraw, and now he has too many hands holding his hand. Earlier, he was only one hand holding one hand. Now, too many hands are holding his hand, or he is holding too many hands. So when he becomes Vaishya, businessman, if he forgets that he wanted to become a Vaishya, businessman, just to have the freedom of his life, that being a businessman becomes frustration for him. But if he continues to remember, he wanted this seat just to have time for himself as he wants, he will be celebrating his seat. Remembering the context, why you wanted what you are having now, leads to completion. And a Vaishya always feels jealous about Kshatriya. See, they don't need intelligence, but they are ruling me. They are just giving some false sense of security, and they are ruling me. So, a businessman aspires to be the power center, the power seat. He aspires, hey, these fellows don't do anything, but they are ruling me. I should get into that seat. Then I'll be so powerful. Yes. Get into that seat. Then so many enemies trying to attack you and take over your seat makes you forget the context. You wanted that seat to feel powerful, and you are so powerless in that seat now. Understand, the powerful seats always brings enough enemies which a businessman does not face in his life. Businessman may be trillionaire. He will have small, chota, few enemies. But if he becomes a power center, even if he is a millionaire, he will have multi-million enemies. So once he forgets the context, why he wanted this Kshatriya space, the politician seat or protector seat or powerful power seat, He feels frustrated. Why did I get into this mess? Because now he forgot the context why he wanted this, and his aspirations have become already matured. To be just let me sit quietly and teach, share knowledge, which is harmless job. By the time he reaches this seat of sharing knowledge, if he remembers the context that he wants peace, great. If he forgets that context, again he will feel empty. What is this? Till yesterday, so many people used to come to meet me to get their work done when I was a politician. Now I am a Swami and nobody comes to listen to me. Understand who listens to my knowledge sharing. Earlier I will just pass on order and execute what I wanted. Habituated for hard power. Can't know the science of soft power. Science of soft power, understand. Soft power is built on passions. Hard power is built on passion. Soft power stands on passions. Hard power stands on passion. Understand. Meditate on formula of frustration and realize even frustration cannot frustrate you. And understand your present is handed over to you because you got tatastu from life. It is not forced upon you for any other reason. You are not a sinner. You are not a sinner. The reason why you are having what you are having is not because you are sinner, because you wanted it from a different context. Remembering that context, why you always wanted what you wanted, will bring you completion. Listen. Not letting the frustration happen towards the present happening of your life, at the same time letting your aspirations getting matured is saying yes to life. You are always given a very wrong advice only if you feel frustrated about the present. Your aspirations will get matured, which is wrong advice. You don't need to be discontented about the present to develop higher aspirations about future. You don't need to be discontented about the second standard you are studying to reach the third standard. Understand? You do not need discontentment. about the second standard to reach the third standard. If you have been taught you need to be discontented, you need discontentment, only then you will grow, your aspirations will get matured. It is a wrong teaching. That is what I call saying no to life, killing the Atma, Atma Hana. Believing frustration about the present is required for the aspirations to get matured is Atmahana. Not knowing the context of the present created by you when you aspired for it is Atmahana. Feeling frustrated when the present happens to you by forgetting it is your own request which was granted is Atmagana, Atmahana. In every situation, whenever you perceive life is denying you what you want, don't give up. Wait and look in. What is being denied? Look into your perception. It will become fact. It will become truth. It will become reality. So the Akashic records, Mahadeva read out, Kalabhairava read out, is the center point of today's Vakyartha Sadas. I'll continue on this one truth, Atmahana. But I am feeling job satisfaction. At least this one truth I am able to put it in words through multiple ways. Thanks to Mata Saraswati for sitting in this tongue and oozing out, uniting the Ganga and Yamuna. Understand? The tradition describes Ganga is river of knowledge, Yamuna is river of devotion, Saraswati is river of enlightenment which comes unseen underground. And where the knowledge and devotion unites, it comes and joins there and expresses itself as enlightenment. The knowledge is head, devotion is heart. When these two meet in the throat, Saraswati walk, she expresses herself as enlightenment. Thank Mother Saraswati for her beautiful, literally playing the veena. Poetry in words, dancing, expressing the concepts to all of us. Be very clear. Don't think only you are sitting and listening. I am also sitting and listening. Whatever Saraswati is teaching, whatever she is explaining. Namo Saraswati Sarasavani. Let you radiate. Let you continue to reveal yourself. And with this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Stanidars, Kotaris, visitors, viewers, everyone. I welcome especially the Inner Awakening participants who are here for 21 day spiritual inner awakening. And welcome everyone who is sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayanadiksha all over the world. Cities sitting with us through two-way video conferencing, having Nayanadiksha, Los Angeles, Toronto, Oklahoma, Redmond, Seattle, Kuala Lumpur, North Hollywood, Sungai Petani, Chapala, Mexico, Houston, Trinidad, Tobago, Madurai. Formally, I am inaugurating the Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham. The deities have arrived in Madurai, and Nithyanandeshwari and Nithyananda deities are established in Madurai. Formally, I am inaugurating the Madurai Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham. Great. You got a beautiful permanent place. And some more cities are joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll enter into the third verse of Ishavasya Upanishad. Please chant along with me. Asurya Namate Lokaha Antena tamasavrudaha tamste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. The translation. The various abodes of the asuras, the lower level existence, are in the form of inferior or lower grade worlds, which are like hells coerced by darkness, representing all the negative qualities collectively called tamas. Those who literally kill the Atma become ghosts who inhabit such horrible abodes, and this they continue to do repeatedly. Listen. People who said yes to life, what will happen to them was described in the last verses. Now, people who say no to life, what will happen to them is getting described. Listen. Whenever you entertain no to life, first, always no is entertained as frustration. Then it evolves as anger, violence, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. All this is various expressions. But it starts as frustration. So I tell you, one of the important qualities to say yes to life is tremendous patience. Listen, tremendous patience. Yes, yes, yes. Every time, yes. After every time, yes. Listen. Every time what you want does not happen, don't say no, end in yes. I am not saying accept, no. I'll give you an example. If something does not happen the way I want in our Sangha, I don't accept and keep quiet. But I don't allow frustration. I'll do whatever needs to be done, and end, I'll say, all right, yes. Next, I'll be again prepared with all the passions to move further, to do things further. My disciples' ignorance never made me reduce my plans. Understand? The people with whom you are living, first you and everyone else around you, their ignorance or inability should not give you frustration, should not make you say no to you. Listen. The moment you accept no, the moment you say no to expansion, you have started saying no to you. Asurya namate loka antena tamasa vrita tagunste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. The second line of the verse should not be chanted as taste, as a padabeta. I heard from my acharyas, tagunste. Even though the verse says just taste, tagunste, of gum, silent gum. Tagunste pretyabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Listen, saying no to you is the worst sin. I have given you one example, that inability and ignorance of you and the people living around you cannot reduce your creativity or plans to express your peak possibility. This is one definition. And multiple, I can give you multiple explanations, multiple understandings from various fronts. Like, for example, your body gives pain at some parts of your body, headache or stomach pain. Don't shrink. When that headache comes, stomach pain comes, don't add psychological suffering to it. Oh, if the same continues, what will happen? I am very young, now itself I am getting headache and stomach pain. Now the stomach pain, if it just goes up 2 inches, it will become chest pain. If the headache comes few inches down, then it will become chest pain. What will happen to me? How long will I live? Don't add psychological sufferings. When your body gives some pain, listen. Don't add psychological sufferings. Don't increase the strength of actual pain. Listen. Whenever there is a suffering, you should move from perception to fact, fact to truth, truth to reality. You should not go down from perception to more perception of sufferings, and more perception of suffering leads to more depression, and more depression makes you feel the whole world is hell. Understand? The perception, if it is handled with powerfulness, will move from perception to fact, fact to truth, truth to reality. If you have a headache, look into it and see what it is. Why? What it is. How much your contribution is there in that headache, and what is the message body wants to give you through that headache. Have patience to deal with yourself. Listen. Have patience to deal with yourself. Have patience to deal with others. And never ever plan based on anger and violence. The maximum you are allowed, the usage of anger and violence in your life is spontaneously to defend you when you are attacked. Listen. Listen to these words. The maximum violence and anger allowed in your life is spontaneously defending you if you are attacked. That is only maximum allowed. No question of planned violence and anger. Listen, the planned violence and anger literally puts you in a space where constantly people plan violence and anger. With anger, plan violent things towards you. Listen. Understand? Thousands continuing to revere you cannot happen by cheating. Be very clear. Cannot happen by cheating. It happens only by tremendous patience and saying yes to life. Tremendous patience and constant yes to life. So I tell you, never ever entertain a planned violence based on anger in your life that is equivalent to saying no to life. And when you say no to life, Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita tagunste prityabhigachanti eke chatmahano janaha. The various famous abodes of the Asuras are in the form of inferior or lower grade worlds, which are like hells coerced by darkness, representing all the negative qualities collectively called tamas. Those who literally kill the Atma become ghosts who inhabit such horrible abodes, and this they continue to do repeatedly. Listen. The various lokas are not basically just physical but psychological too. Listen. Earlier I used to make a statement, they are not physical, only psychological. Now I am amending my statements. Please listen. They are not just physical, they are psychological too. It means they do exist as planes, spaces somewhere, and you do create that around you because of your inner space. I am amending the statement. Earlier when I made the statement, they are not psychological, they are not physical, only psychological. I wanted to emphasize and ask you to put all your attention only on developing your inner space. Actually, when you develop your inner space, then you will realize they are neither psychologically existing nor physically existing. When you don't see something, when you never see something in your life, they don't exist. It is as good as non-existent for you. So you don't have to even know that they exist. That is the context from which I made the statement. They are not physical, they are psychological. But now I am expanding on Upanishads. I have to reveal the cosmos as it is. So I am telling you, hells do exist in certain space, in a different planes, where collectively all these people have tea party. Only thing in their cups, poison is served, not tea. I can say coffee is served, not tea. And I also wanted to tell you all guys, tea is drink from Vedic tradition. It is directly from Kanchipuram. Coffee is not. Just recently, few days before, I stumbled upon the reference and I traced back the reference and it found to be true. I'm just doing little more research to give you the exact combination, how it was used in Kanchipuram. Actually, Bodhidharma took tea to China. It was a very strange incident. Here, he used to sip a cup of tea to sit in meditation, not to feel the sleep, tiredness in the body. So when he went there, he could not get tea in China. So he was thinking what to do. Then he just realized by taking tea, his body also has the DNA of the tea. He just removes the eyelids, one part of his body, and throws in the ground. That becomes a seed of tea, and tea leaf grows there. That's the way he took tea to China. He reproduced the seed of tea leaves, the tree, the plant, tea plant, from his own DNA. And where the people of lower consciousness who constantly say no to life, who constantly say no to life, where they all gather and live, exist, that place only Upanishad declares as Asurya Namate Loka, coerced by darkness, lower grade worlds coerced by darkness. Antena tamasavrita. How many words Upanishads are using? Antena tamasavrita. Asurya, Anta, Tamasavrita. All the three words are basically same meaning, but three different words are used. Means the kind of a space they are in is emphasized, emphatically repeated. See, it's like people come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I attended Inner Awakening, many of my old friends dropped. Many of my old habits dropped. Now I have completely new way of thinking, new way of habits, new way of acting, new friends. That is what? Your lower grade world has disappeared. Your hell is over. Now your taste has become different. Your taste has changed. Your taste has changed. Listen. Coerced by darkness, coerced by all the negative qualities. That is why Asurya, Antena tamasavrita. Antena tamasa means blinding darkness. The darkness which just makes you blind, shrouded. Understand, there is certain darkness which makes your eyes to see through. Near Omkareshwar, around 6 months I lived without seeing the artificial light even once. Because the nearest villages where I have to go for my food begging, Madhugari Bhiksha, they don't have electricity connection. At the most they have is lamp, the fire lamps. And that also I will never go in the night. In the daytime only I will go and come back. In the night I used to stay in a stone cave which was very comfortable. Without seeing the light, when I stayed for 6 months, my eyes have become so sharp. And still now, the power I gained during that 6 months I am able to retain. In that 6 months I gained the power of ability to read in the darkness. And still now that power is with me. Even now the utter darkness I can read. So darkness which is natural does not make you blind, go blind. That is why the Upanishads are using the word blinding darkness, means it is a darkness created by the negative qualities which is blinding you. It is not the ordinary darkness. They don't want to disrespect ordinary darkness. They know because they lived in darkness. Darkness does not blind you. That is why specific word, blinding darkness. Any modern day man will say, all tamasa will make you andha. All blindness will make you dark. Why should you use the word andena tamasa? Why should you use the word blinding darkness? Because only a man who lived in darkness, utter darkness, knows the power of darkness. When you live just with the sun and the moon, without any artificial light, fire is okay. Without any artificial light, your eyes develop unique power to see through the darkness. To see through the darkness. For almost last 12 years, my eyes are being literally boiled with these heavy high beam lights. These 12 years, hours together I am sitting with these lights. And I tell you, all celebrities who are in the limelight continuously suffer. And they take so many treatments to cool their eyes. I don't do anything. Rarely pouring few drops of rose water or ordinary water. Other than that, I don't do anything. Still, eyes are working perfectly, much more than what is required. It's because the training which happened during that 6 months. So I want to tell you, don't think, don't understand, darkness blinds you. Negative qualities which blinds you is described as darkness here. That is why he is using the word, Upanishads are using the word blinding darkness. antena tamasavritaha. In the form of inferior or lower grade worlds, which are like hells, coerced by darkness representing all the negative qualities, collectively called tamas. Those who literally kill the Atma. Understand, this is the key word. Killing the Atma. Atmahana. Atmahana. Slayers of Atman means not just killing somebody, some body. Listen. Any decision, thinking which stops your expansion of life, your experience of life, is Atmahana. Saying no to life. When you have a headache, if you approach it with a restlessness, anger, violence, irritation, and make it as a permanent headache or a permanent suffering, that is saying no to life. If there is a disciple who is giving you a headache, handle them, train them, even if they don't listen, have tremendous patience and continue to train them. Never come to the conclusion you can't train people. It's from my experience, I'm telling you. Having tremendous patience in every dimension of your life, never coming to conclusion of no to life, is saying yes to life. I can give you 1,000 examples. And I am very clearly, with all my integrity, telling you from the sutra, mercy killing is wrong. Killing yourself due to some pain or suffering means committing suicide, or killing yourself with the help of professionals, doctors, euthanasia, or assisting somebody to kill themselves. All this is wrong as per Upanishads. Hindus should neither allow mercy killing on themselves nor practice euthanasia. Please understand, of course, in Hindu tradition we don't have the tradition of issuing fatwa. We only reveal the truth and people follow it. So I am revealing the truth as per the Upanishads. Euthanasia, mercy killing, is not encouraged or allowed. Even if the worst suffering is happening, go through the life. Because even those sufferings will be teaching you something and making you to reinvent yourself in the next birth. Do not avoid any lesson which life brings you. Do not say no to life in whatever way life presents itself to you. So learn to say yes to life. Reinvent yourself by saying powerful yes to life. And I also sincerely recommend all the Hindus not to practice euthanasia, not to do it even as part of your profession. Whenever the countries where the mercy killing is allowed, whenever you are asked to assist by a patient, recuse yourself showing religious reasons. And euthanasia should not be practiced by a practicing Hindu. Please understand. In Hindu tradition, you don't become Hindu by birth. That's one beauty. You become Hindu only when you start practicing it. So this gives the clear understanding. Anybody practices is Hindu. This gives a powerful opening. Anybody practices is Hindu. So understand, no question of saying no to life. Even if the life presents itself to you in the way you are not able to tolerate, no. So as Hindus, all of you, even in your will, should mention very clearly every possible available intelligence, energy, resources should be used to keep you alive as long as possible. Mercy killing, euthanasia is not encouraged and supported in Vedic tradition. In any form, saying no to life is not encouraged. And I also very clearly reveal the truth. A practicing Hindu has to be vegetarian. You cannot say no to the existence of animals. Listen. People come up with the argument, oh, plants also have pain, plants also have life. When you can eat them, why not animals? Listen. Plants have not developed the muscle memory to store the pain in them. So they do not existentially feel the pain. They do feel some kind of a alternation happening in them, but do not feel the pain. Pain as one of the important quality. Getting stored and ability to replay itself is one of the important quality of the pain, which does not exist in plants. Please understand. Getting stored and ability to replay itself is one of the important DNA qualities of pain. Plants don't have that. That is why eating plants, agricultural products are allowed. I can give you tons of examples. Naturally, human body is created for vegetarian lifestyle. And I am also warning the whole world. Within next 15 years, you will be able to support the whole population with food only if you decide to turn vegetarian. Because 30 pounds of food is necessary to make 1 pound flesh. Understand, 30 pounds of agricultural food which can be directly consumed by us is necessary to produce 1 pound flesh. So vegetarianism, vegetarian lifestyle is the most affordable. I tell you, just by being vegetarian, you are doing annadana, giving food for thousands of people. Whenever you consume a vegetarian meal, you are already giving meal to 29 people. Because you are not taking away 30% food into one meal. Understand? If you are consuming vegetarian food, already you are serving food for 29 people. So understand, every time you put your hand on the vegetarian food, remember, 29 more people are blessing you for letting them have food. All practicing Hindus have to be vegetarian, because saying no to life is most dangerous. You don't have the right to say no to life. Atmahana, you have no right for Atmahana. Because you are Atmagana, means you are embodiment of Atma. You don't have a right to say, you don't have the right for Atmahana. I'll continue to expand on this verse, because too many important truths are revealed just in this one verse. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita tagaste pretyabhi gachanti eke chatmahano janaha. Listen. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita tagaste pretyabhi gachanti eke chatmahano janaha. People who say no to life become ghosts who inhabit horrible abodes, inferior or lower grade worlds, which are like hells, coerced by darkness representing all the negative qualities. And this they continue to do repeatedly. Asurya namate loka antena tamasavrita taguste pretyabhi gachanti eke chatmahano janaha. So understand, saying no to life is the greatest sin. I'll continue on this verse in further satsangs. Now, with this, I'll move to the next segment of the morning satsang, Kalpataru Darshan, and I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. I welcome every one of you to experience Shivoham on this Mahashivaratri. I bless every one of you sitting with us all over the world, in many cities, many countries, many planets, many lokas. Experiencing this Shivaratri. Shivoham. Please listen. Whatever you assume as you, aham, whatever you perceive as you, aham, that decides your desires, your goal, your fears, your excitement, your passion, your intensity, everything is decided by what you perceive as aham, I. understand what you perceive as aham, what you experience as I, if that itself is a delusion, naturally all your goals, cognitions, desires, fears, ideas, everything will be delusion, and you will feel cheated by you. Please understand. Feeling cheated by you is the worst suffering you can experience in life. Whatever you perceive as aham, other than Shivoham, is delusion. Waking up from that delusion, dream, is possible in this night. Every dream, whether it is daydream or night dream or lucid dream or subconscious dream, unconscious dream, every dream weakens you. Every dream weakens your consciousness. Master is the only dream who awakens you to Shivoham. Understand, he is also a dream, but is a dream which wakes you up. He is a simma swapna. Even if you see lion in the dream, even if you see in the dream, if you see a lion, you will wake up. So even amidst your delusion, if you meet the Master, you will wake up. This night is time to wake up. You spent all your nights in dreaming and sleeping, but this night is not for dreaming or sleeping. This night is to wake up from all the dreams. And this is not the night to speak. Giving satsang in this night does not fit at all. Only putting you into the experience fits with this night. So enough of speaking, enough of discourses. Let's enter into satsang, the process, to put you into the experience of Shivoham. understand all your dreams are made of sound and light, whether it is daydream or night dream. This is the night Mahadeva appeared as the ultimate light, Arunachala. Mahadeva assumed the formless form of light on this very night. Let him express himself here and wake everyone, lead everyone into awakening. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Let the whole world, whole universe experience Mahadeva. Experience Kundalini awakening. Experience Shivoham. Close your eyes and sit. Get ready to experience Shivoham. Please close your eyes. Sit straight. To experience Shivoham. I bless you all. Let every one of us radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nityananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwar Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome everyone who is sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha all over the world. And let me enter into the Upanishads. Ishavasya Upanishad, the second verse. Kurvanneveha karmani chichivishechadagun samaha evam tvayinanyate dostina karma lipyate nare. One should desire to live in this world for hundreds of years, all the while doing his deeds dispassionately as sanctioned by the scriptures. In this way, the deeds done by you shall not cling to you. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Listen. Let me explain what is karma. Karma is the bondage created in you by your commission or omission of certain acts which is incomplete with your own cognition about life. Listen, if you think money is life, some of the acts you did which did not bring money to you, or some of the acts you did not do, again which deprived you from money, commission or omission of certain acts which is incomplete with your concept of life is karma. And any commission or omission of the acts which is in sync and complete with your concept of life does not bring you any karma. It does not bring you any incompletion. Commission or omission of acts which brings incompletion with your concept of life is karma. Now, how will you liberate yourself from this karma? Free yourself from this karma? I tell you, when you decide for life, when your core decides for life, automatically your laziness disappears, your boredom disappears, again and again and again, tirelessly standing up, tirelessly standing up. Listen, tirelessly standing up. Listen, tirelessly standing up again and again. Kurvanneveka karmani jijivishechadagum samaha. Deciding to live again and again, tirelessly standing up again and again, naturally aligns all your acts into the concept of life you carry. So all your commission and omission of the acts align themselves to the idea of life you have. To the idea of life you have. So your commission and omission of acts become complete with the idea of life you have. That's all. Actually, only this one line can solve the issue, the problem, question people have. Why the bad people are so rich? Good people are so poor. Bad people are so healthy. Good people are having disease, listen. Listen. Whether you are good or bad is going to be decided based on whether your acts are complete with your concept of life. Understand? If your concept of life is all about pleasure and money, and your acts are complete with it, you will have that. That's all. There is nobody to judge whether money is the ultimate purpose of life. Forget about that. God is not a judge. Please understand. He only sees the kind of completion you are carrying. And ultimately, he doesn't even see that it is a automated mechanism as far as the functioning goes on. So listen. If he wants, he can interfere. Does not mean he goes on interfering. No. So be very clear. God is not sitting and doing some judgment, passing some judgments about you every day. Oh, this fellow, all the time running behind money. Let me punish him. No. In course of time, when you are deciding constantly for life, you yourself may realize there is something more prior. You should give more priority, more importance than money. You may evolve. Your idea about life may change. You may reinvent yourself, feeling that no, there is something little more than money. There is something in life which is little more than money. So you may start reinventing yourself. Then let your acts be complete to that new idea of you. The way you reinvented you. So understand, deciding for life again and again and again, not entertaining laziness, not entertaining boredom, being in the space of constant excitement, being in the state of constant passion, compassion, excitement. So understand, the only way to be free from karmas, the bondage created by acts, by deeds, the only way is decide for life. Decide for life. God is not hard power in Hinduism, in Vedic tradition. Listen, I am defining two words, hard power, soft power. Hard power means a political power where the administration, bureaucracy, law, court, punishment, reward, all this exists. You have to do this or you will be prosecuted and put in the jail. You should not do this or you will be prosecuted and put in jail, tortured. You may be even hanged. This is hard power. Soft power is the spiritual power. Thousands of people, I can say in a way, even millions of people do whatever I am saying in the morning satsang. I don't have any hard power over them. Sometimes I'm just sitting in this hall in Biddi and say, please close your eyes and start inhaling and exhaling and chant Shivoham. I can see all over the world, thousands tying the eye band and closing the eyes and inhaling and exhaling, start chanting Shivoham. There is no hard power. If they don't do, there is nothing like they are going to be prosecuted, punished. No. It is soft power. Where, if they do, they raise themselves out of their own inspiration. Voluntarily, they come and learn to evolve themselves, raise themselves. In Vedic tradition, Mahadeva is not hard power, he is a soft power, sitting in Kailasa and teaching. Indra is hard power, not Mahadeva. Understand, the concept of God in Vedic tradition is so beautiful, so subtle. Because the concept of God is a soft power, we also had always soft power all over the world. We have not sent a single soldier, but we are ruling whole China for last 1,000 years culturally. We have not sent a single soldier across the border. But the whole China is living for last 1,000 years as we want. We just sent one young man from Kanchipuram, Bodhidharma, over. Understand, because our concept of God is a soft power, understand, even now, world's largest practiced religion is yoga. World's largest practiced religion is yoga. And it does not have any hard power. We don't have our own state. We Hindus don't have our own state. Be very clear. We don't have any hard power. We don't have our own bank. We don't have our own country. Wherever we are majority, we always declare that as a secular country. Because our religion is built on the structure of soft power, not hard power. Because we have not portrayed our gods as hard power, we always portrayed our God and believed our God as soft power. Anybody wants to play the role of God has to have only be the center of soft power. In our society, if somebody has reached the highest ladder of the society, highest respect, he just have to retire to soft power. Hard power was never our ambition. It was never part of our ambition. Understand? Buddha ruled practically whole Asia, not because of hard power. If he was having hard power, he would have been ruling just his kingdom. Just his kingdom. But he left that and took up the soft power and he ruled whole Asia. I tell you, Buddha was ruling a larger area than Krishna. Buddha was ruling a larger area than Rama. Buddha was ruling a larger area than even Meenakshi. Because he took on soft power. not hard power. Understand, our concept of God is never, He comes and sits in a seat of a judge and there is a judgment day and all the souls come and the judgments are delivered. No. No. No hard power. It is completely soft power. And even now, largest practiced religion of the world, yoga. Understand, people may be born in many religions. Largest practicing religion being practiced every day all over the world is yoga. But never it was spread through hard power. Never it was spread through a political power. Never it was spread through political clout. Understand, we were slaves to some countries as far as hard power is concerned, and they were living what we are saying as far as soft power is concerned. Understand, what we should do as far as the legality and political things concerned, how much tax we should pay, all that British was deciding. But what he should do as far as his body and mind concerned, we were deciding. Understand? So our tradition was never dependent on hard power. That is why we never cared about hard power. We let anybody rule this country for thousands of years. I am not saying that is right. I am saying the root of that thinking setup, the root of the thought trend. Originally, anyone who starts thinking in Vedic tradition comes only to the conclusion of soft power. Please understand. Finally, I am not going to judge whether hard power is right or soft power is right, all that. I am just explaining to you the mental setup. The mental setup. Are the conclusions we come when we study Upanishads, when we dive deep into the experience of Upanishads. God is not hard power. He is the source of soft power. See Mahadeva, he sits in Kailasa. He doesn't control all the Akilanda, Andanda, Bhuvananda, Brahmanda, all the universes, worlds, planets. No. He just sits in Samadhi. Once in a while he opens his eyes and teaches in silence. And again when people have a problem, they come to him and he blesses them, attends to it. Again relaxes into Samadhi. The very description of God is soft power. The Western religion's very description, concept of God is hard power. That is why anybody wants to play God, they have to become center of the hard power. And if I go a little deeper into it, that is why the clash between the politicians and priests always was prevalent in the West. In the East, it was always together. Understand? Always the Rajas and Rajagurus were together because they know their zones are different. Kings never felt threatened by the priests. Kings never felt threatened by the gurus. Because whether the very way of thinking and acting, the guru was settled in soft power and the king was always secured. King never, see, there are thousands of stories in India about the kings. There are tons of stories where the brother takes over the kingdom, where the son takes over the kingdom from the father, ministers take over the kingdom from father. Not a single story, guru takes over the kingdom from the king. And among the son, brother, minister, guru knows more secrets about the king and the kingdom, more information about the king and the kingdom than brothers, ministers, the army commander-in-chief and all of them. We have tons of stories where commander-in-chief suddenly imprisons the kings and takes over the kingdom. Where son imprisons own father and takes over the kingdom. Where brother imprisons father and imprisons the king and takes over the kingdom. We don't have a single reference to say Rajaguru imprisons the king and takes over the kingdom. Because we are settled with the soft power and hard power. King feels completely secured. The very thinking of the guru is all about soft power. It has nothing to do with hard power. Understand? A little understanding about this soft power and hard power will give you a lot of clarity about Vedic tradition and even about how to handle yourself. You see, if you always handle yourself with the hard power, you become insensitive to life. If you all the time think only about law and move only with that, then your whole life will be controlled only by law. I am not saying break the law. All I am trying to tell you is, let the soft power, the spiritual understandings and power decide many things in your life. Then the fear and greed of the hard power. If you allow more and more the fear and greed of the hard power to decide your life, you are a slave. But the soft power is always inspiration based. It is not fear based or greed based. Today's Vakyarthas as a subject is hard power and soft power. Understand? Lot of thinking has to be done in this line. Lot of exploring has to be done in this line. There is a big difference between you don't rape somebody because of fear of law and you don't rape somebody just because you don't want to be violent and you don't want to enter into somebody's space. You don't want to rape somebody because of law and order is hard power. You don't want to rape somebody because you don't want to enter into somebody's space, or you don't want to be violent, you don't want to be abusive into somebody's space, is soft power. Order comes by soft power, is the permanent eternal order. Understand, order never comes by hard power. It comes only by soft power. Maybe law and order can come by hard power, but order can come only by soft power. Actually, this will answer a lot of questions about what is secularism, why the concept of secularism evolved only in the Western countries, and why the concept of Western secularism is not going to suit for India. Please understand, secularism in India should be respecting all the great things from all religion, not discarding all religions. If Bhagavad Gita is introduced, if Surya Namaskar is introduced, immediately few people cry, oh, we are losing our secular fabric, relax. Respecting all the religions, respecting all the spiritual traditions as unique. Now I am making a statement. Please understand. Earlier I used to make a statement, all religions are unique. Now I am reinventing myself and updating myself. All spiritual traditions are unique. All spiritual components of religions are unique. I am no more attesting all religions. All spiritual components of religions are unique and they should all be respected as sacred. Respecting all the spiritual components. And if you come and tell me, no, my religion itself should be respected, why are you separating spiritual component and religion? In my religion, spiritual component is very less. What can I do for that? It's up to you. One good thing with Vedic tradition is, the whole Vedic tradition, whole religion is spiritual component. The way you brush in the morning, the way you wash yourself, everything is spiritual. Listen, this contemplating and exploring on hard power and soft power will answer thousands of our questions. It will help us to think thousands and thousands of understandings we have in life. It will actually answer thousands of your questions and it will question thousands of your answers. Understand? A guru who only answers your questions will lead you to a cult. A guru who questions your answers also only will lead you to culture. A guru who answers only your questions will lead you to a cult. A guru who questions your answers also only will lead you to a culture. If I have to give a simple difference between spiritual component and religion, wherever the truths are given to you for you to assimilate and develop your thinking from perception to fact, fact to truth, truth to reality. It is spiritual. Anything other than this is religion. That's all. Understand? This hard power, soft power, thinking need to be done a lot in the Vakyartha Sadas. Only then you will understand the uniqueness of Vedic tradition. And why we have so much of freedom? Because our religion was never used by its founders or its preservers to control people. Understand? Religion was never a tool for us to control people. Rameshwaram to Kedarnath, the morning till night, the actions of people are same, but we had 54 deshas. Even a great personalities like Shankaracharya never bothered to create the whole land under which his influence prevailed as a one country. Actually, Shankaracharya, if he wants, he could have done it. And Jnanasambandar, when he cured the Pandya offered the whole kingdom at the feet of Jnanasambandar. Jnanasambandar is from Chola kingdom. He could have just said, all right, and Jnanasambandar, actually the Pandya's wife is a daughter of Chola. Actually the Chola's daughter was married to Pandya. Jnanasambandar could have said, come on, after all, queen is from my kingdom. Let both kingdom be merged together and I will be Rajaguru for whole. He could have said it. He did not. Because the whole Chola kingdom was at the feet of Jnanasambandar. He didn't. He just said, no, you continue to rule. I will appoint a Sannidhanam who will be Rajaguru for you and guide you. That's all. Understand, we were so clear. We are not interested in hard power. We are only interested in empowering, inspiring, raising human beings. Even in my wildest dreams, I can't imagine myself handling hard power. Because we are so clear. Soft power means deciding for life. Hard power means controlling. Hard power is always about controlling. Soft power is always about life, inspiring, liberating, enlightening, freeing. The concept of God, society believes, is very important. That holds the key of the whole social structure. Please understand. Don't even think the concept of God is not that important. No. One atheist fellow came and told me, what is this? You guys, if you believe in Shiva, you have so many holidays, celebration, festival. If you believe in this God, you have so many holidays. That God, you have so many holidays. You have so much of festival. If you believe in Vishnu, you have so many festivals. If you believe in Ganesha, you have so many festivals. The atheists don't have any day to celebrate. I said, why? Who said? There's one important day dedicated to April 1st. Celebrate it. Atheists always run behind hard power because they are so empty inside. They run behind the hard power. And brilliant guy, the most intelligent guy will be established in the soft power, and he knows life runs by inspiration. Life runs by inspiration. Life runs by inspiration. Nothing else. Nothing else. And nothing else. I tell you. Life runs by inspiration. You may say, oh, we allowed politically ourselves to be slaves and ruled by others. So many things you can say. But I tell you, we are and we were, we will be the most stable society. Even after so much of attack. Because we know the technology of soft power. When you decide for life inside you, please understand, even if it's a simple decision, you have a headache and you decide, I'll be free from it and I am going to clear it, I am out of it. Even that simple decision creates a ripple in the sun and the moon. Please understand, I am not teaching something superstitious. If you decide, I'll come out of my headache, I'll come out of my depression, that decision heals the hole in the ozone layer. It is directly related to the hole in the ozone layer, and ozone layer is healed. Sun is healed. Moon is healed. So understand, look into your life, work to be free from karmas, work for life, think for life. Be into life, for life. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishet chadaggo samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. If you explore this one concept which I introduced today, soft power and hard power, you will understand the depth of Vedic tradition. Thousands of your questions, why secularism evolved in the West, and why that concept of secularism is not the right thing for us in this country, and what kind of a secularism we need to evolve for ourselves. All these questions will be answered. All these truths will be revealed to all of us. The inclusive secularism is what is going to work out for India. Not using the word secularism excluding. No. Inclusive secularism. So with this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999, www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedars, Kotaris, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha all over the world. I'll enter into the sutras directly. The second verse of Ishavasya Upanishad. Kurvanneveha karmani जिजीविषेच्छदग् समाः एवं त्वयि नान्यतेतोऽस्ति न कर्म लिप्यते नरे. One should decide to live in this world for 100 years, hundreds of years, all the while doing his deeds dispassionately as sanctioned by the scriptures. In this way, the deeds done by you shall not cling to you. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Listen. Just in last few days, one of our devotee doctor, she asked me a question. How to practically combine all these, Swamiji? We all know the truth. We understand that everything changes, including what we perceive and what we do not perceive. How can we coexist in Advaita with our fellow beings, even if either one of us, myself or others, do not accept the change as something necessary and good for all of us? This was the question. Actually, the second line of the second verse is the answer. Understand. Evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. When you decide to live, when you decide for life based on the understanding everything is consciousness. See, I'll just give you few types of mental setups. Some people decide against life seeing the suffering in the life, and by becoming powerless to face life, they decide against life. I tell you, I can give you an example. At the age of 6, when you are in school, your teacher asks some question. Who is the Prime Minister of India, first Prime Minister of India? You put your hands up and jump and shout, Mahatma Gandhi. Whole class will be laughing at you. And at that time you feel naturally, oh, I have done something wrong. I should not be putting up my hand and jumping like this. I should keep quiet in a crowd. This decision, even after you become 47, when you are sitting in a meeting, you are the CEO. Even then, if you have an idea, you won't speak out directly in the group. You will tell somebody else, and that person will tell that to the group, and he will get the name. You decide for your whole future based on one incident. Look in thousands of decisions you have done based on one incident against life. And the other day I was talking to a devotee. I was telling him, hey, always remember you are Mahadeva, Shiva, and move the happenings of your life with this understanding. He said, no, Swamiji, I just have a blood pressure and sugar. I tell myself I am Mahadeva and let this blood pressure and sugar be healed. When that does not heal, I lose confidence that I can change the other things. Listen. This blood pressure and sugar, you would have taken so many thousands of decisions against life, that is why it came. So now when you decide for life, decide at least few times till that whole part starts listening to you. See, your decisions against life has become a big chunk in you. You may not need to kill all of them, but you need to create the decision for life, at least to drive them enough. See, each time your decision against life becomes one soldier against you. If there are 2 million soldiers inside you, each time you create a positive decision, means for life, you are creating one soldier in your army. Now, you don't even have to create an army for you to kill the opposite army, but you have to at least create the sound, noise, that they should run away. So if you have taken 1000 decisions against life, at least 10 decisions for life you have to take. Only then all those 1000 decisions against life will be nullified. Many times you decide against life just because of a simple incident, for small reasons. So understand, there is one kind of mental setup which decides against life because of few incidents of life. Second, There are a set of people. There is a kind of a mental setup. They decide against life. Listen. They decide against life out of ignorance. That deciding against life is going to give them peace or liberation, that ignorance. People think, oh, instead of living like this, let me die. And you think if you die, immediately you are released from all this suffering? No. If death is going to be the freedom from all these sufferings, I would have started promoting suicide long before. No. It is no way going to free you. Please understand, if you commit suicide because you are not able to handle your wife, you may have 10 wives exactly like the same person with whom you are living in the hell. Now, from whatever you think you can escape, you will have more. You will have more. And unfortunately, in the hell, you don't have a choice of committing suicide. So, out of ignorance, people deciding against life. And there are some people who want to choose for life, decide for life, but do not think that is what cosmos wants you to do. Don't sincerely, authentically stand by it. They say, all right, now I am deciding for life and let me see how much it goes, how far it goes. After 2 days, one small shaking, immediately they fall back. They collapse. Again they start entertaining the thoughts, I think instead of this, let me better withdraw. Please understand, all withdrawal you did is against life. Whether you withdrew from your job, thinking that it will be too stressful and responsible, or you withdrew from your love affair, thinking that it will not be possible for you to stand and give a fight against the people who are opposing you, or you withdrew from your career or responsibility, or you withdrew from your decision of sannyas, whatever withdrawing is against life. Listen. Withdrawing is against life. See, before you start, spend enough time in analyzing, is it non-violent? Is it not hurting others? All that, do it. Because anything violent, hurting others, the moment you realize, you should withdraw. That is living Advaita. I am not speaking from that context. Listen. Withdrawing because you become powerless is against life. Sometimes you may withdraw to feel more powerful. For example, if you are taking the decision of killing and withdrawing from it because you feel it is violence, then it is right withdrawal. Actually, this withdrawal itself is decision for life. So this is the basic understanding you need to have. Whatever makes you powerful and live Advaita, you should decide for it. And these ideas which I am expressing in the morning satsang, explaining these Upanishadic verses, you may need to listen to this satsang 3-4 times and internalize, because very subtle understandings, you can't handle this roughly. No. You can't handle this roughly. These subtle understandings need to be studied, internalized. That is why Vakyartha Sadas. That is why Vakyartha Sadas. I have decided I am going to build 2 beautiful mandapas, Yagashala and Vakyartha Sadas Mandapa. Every day Vakyartha Sadas will go on in the Vakyartha Sadas Mandapa. What went on between Shankara and Vyasa will go on forever in this campus. And I also wanted in all the ashrams, as much as possible, every evening have Vakyartha Sadas. Every evening have Vakyartha Sadas. Even if 10 of you sit across the table, chat over a cup of tea, that is also Vakyartha Sadas. When you do it sincerely, to explore the meaning of the scriptures and understanding and context, that is also Vakyartha Sadas. Every evening, we should have Vakyartha Sadas. Once sun sets, the Vakyartha Sadas should start. Because now whatever I am speaking, you may miss some words, you may have some confusion. You need to internalize again and again and again. Deciding for life. Listen. Deciding for life. Every time you decide for life, immediately it reflects in your being. I told this devotee who was complaining to me, I tried to cure my blood pressure and sugar. When that did not change, I got the negative belief. I feel that is not going to work out for me. No, don't do that. Understand, the number of times you decided against life only is sitting in you as disease. So you should decide how many number of times it may take that I have to decide for life to drive these diseases out. I am going to decide, that's all. This disease has to disappear. How many number of times I have to decide for life for this to disappear, I don't care. But I am going to go on decide for life. Whether these diseases disappear in this birth, in this body, or in the next body I am going to have healthy body, that is, I don't care about that. But I am going to just stick to the decision for life. This is enough. You will see immediately your body transforms. See, whatever you decide you are going to decide forever becomes the decision for life immediately. Just the other day I was telling in the satsang, if you decide clearly till death you are going to decide only for wealth, you will feel, then why should I delay till death? Come on, let me start deciding now and let me start expressing. Life will be aligned, tuned. I tell you, frustrated beings are the criminals of planet Earth. Listen, frustrated beings are the criminals of the planet Earth. When somebody is frustrated, starts deciding against life, they are the dangers to planet Earth. When somebody constantly decides for life, they become the juice of planet Earth, the essence of planet Earth. Listen, go on deciding for life and know when you need to change. Even your change will automatically happen when you decide for life. For example, if you decide for wealth thinking that is life, after some time you will realize much more than wealth, there is something in you which is more important for life. You will start deciding for that. That may be health. And after some time, you will realize more than health, something more important exists in you, that is life, that is enlightenment. So ultimately, if you go on deciding for life, you will decide for living Advaita. But when you believe money is life, don't decide for living Advaita. Then you will be hypocritical. When you believe money is life, decide for money. When you realize health is life, decide for health. When you realize enlightenment is life, decide for enlightenment. When you realize everything is life, decide for everything. You will have energy to have everything. Money, health, enlightenment, everything. Deciding for life consciously in every step makes you free from all the karma. What is karma? Karma is nothing but your decisions against life sitting in you and harassing you, putting you in incompletion. Your decisions against life, which sits in you and puts you in incompletion, is karma. Is karma. Your decision for life liberates you from all karmas, all fears, all negativity. Evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Listen. How much ever you hear all these things, you need to sit and internalize. That is why again and again I insist, come here, experience inner awakening. experience completion, you will see this whole truth deciding for life will become your very core cognition. Kuruvanneveka karmani jijivishecchataggu samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. Understand? There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. This is the only way you can free yourself from all your past karma. Now decide for life, work for life, I tell you. People ask me, Swamiji, in the past I have done a lot of violence. I have eaten all the animals. I have killed so many animals. I have harassed so many people. How can I get rid of the karma? The only way, Upanishad says, decide for life. Enriching is the greatest decision for life you will take. When you enrich somebody with wealth, your karma, your decision against wealth, your karma related wealth will go away. You will be free. When you enrich somebody with food, your karma, your decision against food, that will go away. You will be free from it. When you enrich somebody with a spiritual knowledge and enlightenment, all your past karma, decisions against life, bondage created by all the past deeds, all the karma will go away. You will be free from all the karmas. You will become a Jivan Mukta. You will live Advaita. Kuruvanneveka karmani jijivishecchataggu samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. Na karma lipyate nare. Learning to decide for life. Learning to decide for life. The more and more decisions you take for life, more and more you become healthy, you become wealthy, you become awakened, you become enlightened, you become being, living Advaita. I can say this is the essence of Hinduism, Vedic tradition. This is the essence of Vedic tradition. Decide for life. And when you decide Dharma is your life, when you feel Dharma is your life, decide for it. If you feel Artha is your life, decide for it. If you feel Kama is your life, decide for it. If you feel Moksha is your life, decide for it. If you feel all the four are your life, decide for it. Deciding for life liberates you from all the bondages, karma. I tell you, every problem you face is your decision taken in the past. Every obstacle you face in your life is your decision you took in the past, knowingly or unknowingly. You can decide now strongly for life. You will see everything, all the best things of life expressing itself. All the best things of life radiating itself. Upanishads are so clear. They are declaring there is no other way. Evam tvayi na anyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. If you want to be liberated from the karmas, there is no other way. There is no other way to be liberated from the karmas. There is no other way man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Kuruvan neveha karmani jijivishechadagum samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Understand, if your decisions and actions have created certain bondage, only by deciding for life and acting, you will be free from those bondages. One more thing you need to know, even a laziness is an action by you out of your decision against life. So when you decide for life, the laziness, tiredness, boredom, hatred, anger, everything will melt down. Everything will be cleared. So, decide, listen, decide for life. Decide for life. Decide for life. So with this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwar Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome everyone sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, ARRA TV, and two-way video conferencing. I'll directly enter into satsang. The second verse of Ishavasya Upanishad. Kurvanneveha karmani jijivishechadagum samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. Listen. One should decide to live in this world for hundreds of years, all the while doing his deeds dispassionately as sanctioned by the scriptures. In this way, the deeds done by you shall not cling to you. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Listen. The first thing the Upanishads declare, decide to live. I was expanding on this from yesterday. Decision to live. Please listen. It is not as simple as you think. It's really deep. Really deep. Every step of life, don't give up. Go on deciding to live. Deciding to live. Deciding to live. In every opportunity, open to live. Open to live. I'll give you one small example. The moment I read the Kamika Agama, the Agama says, during the puja to Mahadeva, Shiva, all the three ganas should be there. Mantra Gana, Veena Gana, Veda Adhyayana. Mantra Gana means the mantras chanted during puja. And the Veena Gana and the Veda Adhyayana, Vedic chanting. The moment I read that, immediate next step is, oh, in these three, only Veena Gana I do not know myself. Get me a Veena, I want to learn. That's all. That's all is the next step I took. I asked my Mahant who assists me. I called him and said, hey, get me a Veena. And I said, organize a teacher for me. Constantly opening for life. I tell you, you are living as long as you are opening yourself for life. When I say life, I don't mean just learning new things. If you think wealth is life, you should be constantly opening up for wealth and taking responsibility for it till the end of your time, your so-called end of time. Listen, if you think power is your life, you should be constantly opening up to power till the end of your so-called life. In every step, whatever you believe as life, opening yourself for that constantly is saying yes to life. Listen, one should decide to live hundreds of years does not mean you just decide to breathe, inhale and exhale for hundreds of years. No. Whatever you believe as life, opening up for that. I am very clear. Till the last moment of my life, 127th birthday, maybe by 11:30 noon, I may leave the body in the public stage. Till then, I will be giving my satsang. That day morning, there will be satsang. And there will be Kalpatar Darshan. There will be sannyas initiation. And after that, I will leave the body. Means, not that I am going to become non-functioning. I will not be functioning using just this body. So be very clear, what you decide as life, being available for that and saying yes to that constantly is kurvanneveka karmani jijivishechadagum samaha. If you think money is life, even the last moment of your life, you should be saying yes to it. If you think power is life, even the last moment of your life, you should be saying yes to it and making decisions for it. If you think enlightenment is life, you should be saying yes to it even the last moment of your life. In my life, I am very clear. Living Advaita and enriching the whole world with that spiritual truth is my life. So I am saying yes to this till the end of my so-called life. Please understand. Life does not end when you leave the body, but I am saying even that so-called life, till the end of that so-called life, I am saying yes to what I believe as life. And even after that, I'll be constantly available. Whoever wants to relate with me, connecting with me through various methods, prayer, meditation, worship, whatever, I'll be constantly available, making these great signs and spiritual blessings available to them. So understand, saying yes to life means not just saying yes to breathing, inhaling and exhaling, your little heart pumping the blood, little brain once in a while active. No. Saying yes to life means deciding to live, means deciding to live and take responsibility for whatever you believe as life. I am very clear. The best joy, pleasure, bliss in my life I experience when I live Advaita and share Advaita. Enrich the world with Advaita. When I live Advaita and share the world, enrich the world with these great Advaitic principles. I am very clear. So, saying yes to that, taking responsibility for that throughout your life means deciding for life. Understand? That is why I am constantly new, because I am constantly deciding for life. Otherwise, no one can expect our Sangha to be growing. See the way we started, if you just see the journey, it was such powerful, high energy journey. And in next 6 months, you can't even imagine how we will be. Because now it is all thrown at the feet of Kamikagama. What Mahadeva has dictated in Kamikagama, even I have not read it fully. But I have already declared and I have surrendered myself to that. And I am taking all the decisions, making everything happen. Yesterday, Jnanatma asked me, Swamiji, can we celebrate this whole Shivaratri as per Kamikagama? Mahadeva has given a detailed instruction. Immediately I said, go ahead. This Shivaratri, we are going to be celebrating it as per Mahadeva's, Shiva's instruction. This decision I took without even knowing the details of instruction. It's not that I have read all the details. Just Jnanatma asked me, Swamiji, Mahadeva has given the instructions, thorough, detailed instruction of how to do puja, homa, including Guru Puja, everything in the Kamikagama. Can we celebrate this Shivaratri as per Mahadeva's instruction? I said, done, do it. Done, do it, that's all. So understand, the 11th chapter gives the procedure for Shivaratri Puja. I said, go ahead, that's it. And I have not even read the procedures fully. Whatever it is, I am deciding for it. We will throw ourselves, surrender ourselves, dedicate ourselves to the Kamikagama and stretch ourselves to the maximum of Mahadeva's instruction, declaration. Once you decide, deciding for it. I tell you, deciding for what you believe as pleasure, life, joy, bliss, and taking continuously the responsibility for it is making decision to live. Kurvanneveha karmani jijivishechadagun samaha. I learnt it from my Purvashram grandfather. He lived, I think, 98 or 99. Till the last day of his death, He woke up and did his Nitya Puja, and is the man of integrity and discipline. Never he missed a single day his morning puja, took bath, did his puja, did his meditation, went to the office, his office by walk, attended his morning routine, came back mid-noon, had his lunch, lied down for rest, left the body. Kurvanneveka karmani jijivishechadagun samaha. There's another one extreme. My Guru, Yogananda Puri. He was admitted in the hospital in the name of heart attack. And the doctors asked him, what did you do? You got a heart attack? He said, no, just I was demonstrating some yogic practices and I think I had a heart attack. They asked, what is the yogic practice? You had a heart attack. No, I just tied the iron rod around my chest and exhaled and the iron rod broke. And this he does regularly. And I was demonstrating, so at that time I had a heart attack. Doctors are shocked. Hey, what do you mean by this? He said, come on, bring another iron rod. And he demonstrated and he had one more heart attack with all the machineries in the hospital. And the doctors reported he had 42 heart attacks when he was under the scanning and under the observation of doctors, but did not die. Stops the heart and starts as he wants. Finally, doctor said, he won't die, don't worry. Take him to house. And in the house he sat and he ate and he was making fun of all the disciples, devotees around him. And just one day, fine morning, around 8 o'clock or something. That is what I was told, because I was not there physically on the spot. And he just waved the hands to all of them and blessed and left the body. Just dropped the hand. Literally like a movie scene. Until the last moment. Kurvanne veha karmani chichi vishet chadagun samaha. So first you need to have a clear understanding what you consider as life. Not just deciding to breathe, inhale and exhale. What do you consider as joy? The purpose of your life, inspiration for your life, excitement for your life. Saying yes to that, deciding for it. Nothing is right or wrong. Deciding for political power is not something wrong. Deciding for money is not something wrong. Deciding for enlightenment is not something wrong. Nothing is right or wrong. Your decision without conflict makes everything right. Your decision with conflict makes everything wrong. If you have a self-doubt, SDHD, self-doubt, hatred, denial, even if you decide for Advaita, it will be wrong. If you do not have SDHD, even if you decide for money or political power or any mundane so-called ordinary things, it will not be wrong. Finally, it boils down to the strength of your decision. One should decide to live in this world for hundreds of years, all the while doing his deeds dispassionately as sanctioned by the scriptures. Listen, listen, listen. Kurvanneveka karmani jijivishechadagun samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. Decide to live. Decide to live. At some time, your decisions may prove itself not sufficient. You may have to reinvent yourself at one point in life. Even then, when that point comes, I will reinvent myself. As on now, with the knowledge I have, the clarity I have, the completion space I have, this is what right means. I decide for it. Even if I have to change it later on, reinvent myself, that is okay. Now I am deciding, and when I need to reinvent myself without a blink of the eye, deciding to reinvent myself, dropping the old decisions and understanding and entering into a new decisions and understanding is renunciation. Understand the level of completion you have now, the possibility, the sadhya possibilities opens up in your life. You may think this I will do. This is my decision for life. Then when you grow in that, then new possibilities may open up. So the possibility for you to reinvent may start happening. At those moments, just standing up again and deciding for further life. Deciding for further life. Deciding for further life. An ability to renounce the old decisions and move to further life, or assimilate the old decisions into the new decisions. Further life is renunciation. I'll give you one example. Suddenly one of our Swami came and told me, Swamiji, let us have the balloon in the ashram, big balloon, which with our ashram name, so that people from the Mysore road can see. I thought, okay, have it. And I thought, let us have one more balloon declaring the next celebrations we are going to have, like a Shivaratri. We are going to have one more balloon for Shivaratri also. Let the people see and come and attend the Shivaratri. Then I suddenly realized, actually the Agama asks us to raise the flag for this purpose only. When the temple flag is raised, people all around that area see that there is a Utsava and they come for the temple, they come to the temple for attend the Utsava. So exactly what was done in the Agama by raising the flag, we are doing it by raising the balloon. But now that does not mean we need to stop raising the flag because both of them are not contradicting. They don't contradict. It's not that we are going to raise the balloon on the flagstaff. So when they are not contradicting, assimilating it, digesting it, that is what is respect to the tradition and ability to renounce. Many times, in the name of renunciation, we do throw out the things, we do renounce the things from the tradition which need not be renounced. I became enlightened does not mean I need to renounce the brushing style as per the Agama, taking bath style as per Agama. Because even after enlightenment, anyhow I am going to brush, I am going to take bath. It's not that I am going to stop that actions. When I am going to have it, do it. Why not do it as per the Agama? After all, it is not contradicting the enlightened lifestyle. That is what I call renunciation, but not throwing away the tradition. Wherever both can coexist, I always insist on keeping both to coexist. Listen, I am answering so many questions here. One, decide for life. Second, be very clear about what you consider as life. What is your passion? What excites you? What inspires you? What brings you joy? What brings you pleasure? What brings you bliss? Third, take responsibility for it. Fourth, when you are taking responsibility and living, suddenly you may come upon a situation where the better knowledge and better possibility opens up to you. Then again, don't decide just because you lived this for so many years. Decide for life, for expansion, and jump to that. Reinvent yourself with that. When you are reinventing, if this old can be digested into it, keep it, or don't bother to let go it. Don't worry, just let go it. This is exactly what I call deciding for life. Almost I have given you the manual for kurvanneveka karmani jijivishechaдаggum samaha. I have given you the manual. Kurvanneveka karmani jijivishechadaggum samaha. Understand? I have given one homework yesterday. Sitting and digging out all the patterns, moments, incidents, decisions, thoughts you encouraged against life. Decisions you took against life, saying, I don't want to live. Why should I live? All these stupid things. And there are some people, they try to get your attention and sympathy by this. Only after I die, you all will know how important I am. Just to prove your importance, you want to die? Stupid fellow, live and prove your importance. not by dying. No, people talk. People talk. Only after I die, you all will know how important I am for your life. No. Don't try to prove your importance by dying. No. Try to prove your importance by living. Many times you encourage these kind of thoughts, this kind of oscillations, this kind of conflicting, contradicting thoughts. Understand? If you decide you are sannyasi, decide to start living. It's instruction from Mahadeva. Don't think till I take sannyas, I will try 1 or 2 affairs. If nothing works out, then I will plan for sannyas. No. That is not the way Mahadeva teaches. Or if you decide, no, I am going to get married and live, and after you live, after certain years, suddenly the possibility opens up for you to reinvent yourself in the next level, then don't be stuck with the decision of being married, living married, because you took that decision earlier. Have the guts to reinvent yourself. But decide for life. The conflicting, confusing, self-conflicting. Understand, all self-conflicting decisions are self-pain inflicting decisions. Entertaining panic patterns, anxiety attacks is nothing but deciding against life. I tell you, actually, whatever you are afraid of will not be as bad as you imagined when it happens in your life is intelligence. Knowing anything I am afraid of will not be as bad as I imagined when it happens is intelligence. If you are afraid of poverty, when actually it happens to you, it will not be as bad as you imagined. If you are afraid of disease, it will not be as bad as you imagined when it actually happens to you. I am not asking fall sick, no. I am only saying don't engage with the pain patterns and anxiety attacks. Don't entertain the anxiety attacks and pain patterns related to any fear, because engaging with them is decision against life. decision against life. Understand, in the Shivoham process in Cambodia, all I did is only one thing. All your decisions against life, I started melting it. I just started melting all your decisions against life. Suddenly people see they are transformed. Suddenly people find themselves transformed. I tell you, I just did only one thing. Put fire on all the places where you decided against life. And we do decide against life tons of time every day. If just a breakfast is little delayed, what kind of life it is? If just little less money in your bank balance for what you want to purchase, better to die than living like this poor life, useless. Please understand, your every thought counts. Your every decision counts. You are the only being allowed to have free will. Neither devatas nor devils have free will. Free will is beyond their reach. Please understand. Indra has to drink nectar, has to play with Ramba, has to see the dance of Urvasi, because that was the decision he already made. The collective result of all the decisions he made, he enjoys in Devaloka. In Devaloka, he has no right to decide newly. He can at the most decide few dance steps of Ramba or Menaka or Urvasi, but he can't change Ramba, Menaka, Urvasi. He can't get some other third, fourth name, fifth name. No. So the result of the cumulative decisions he has already taken can be experienced in Devaloka, does not have a free will to take decision. Same way in the Narakaloka. The cumulative result of the cumulative decisions you have taken in your life is experienced in Narakaloka. You yourself do not have a free will to take new decisions in Narakaloka. You can't say, this oil is too hot, don't fry me in this, please can you put me in the hot water instead of hot oil? No. You can't ask for hot water bathtub instead of hot oil tub. No. No choice is given. If the Naraka allotted to is Krimibhakshya, means eating the insects, are eaten by the insects. There is a Naraka described where you will be eating the insects and small animals, and the other side of you will be eaten by those small animals. So in that Naraka, you can't have a decision. Can you change instead of bees, the ant? No. The cumulative result of the cumulative decisions you took is exhausted, enjoyed, experienced in Naraka. So neither Naraka nor Swarga, neither hell nor heaven gives you the right for individual will. Only here you are given the right for individual will. Please use it strongly, actively, as Upanishad declares. Because every active decision, every living thought has power. Has power. You might have decided 2000 times against life, but now if you decide, now I am deciding to correct all my decisions I took earlier against life, whether it is 200 or 2000 or 20,000, I am deciding that decision is enough to get inserted into your very DNA and reprogram, realter, realign your whole DNA to the new way of thinking. Understand, your decision here immediately creates a ripple in the sun, moon, Saturn, and the whole universe. Please understand, all those places, no one is there who can decide. Please listen. I saw in Nepal, all the Bollywood actresses are very famous in Nepal, and people see all Bollywood movies, because I don't want to say Nepal there is no movie industry, but it's very less, because this grandeur of the Bollywood, they overpower the Nepal movie industry, and Nepal celebrates the Bollywood movies and Bollywood actors, actresses. Please understand, same way, the sun or the moon or the Saturn or Jupiter, in all those places, there is no one with the power to decide. That is why people with power to decide are celebrated all over those planets. Just like Bollywood movies, actors are celebrated in Nepal, no offense to Nepal movie industry, but surely these guys are, the Bollywood industry was able to create loud noise, and they are celebrated there. And in other planets, I tell you, there is nobody to decide. A Muni sits in Samadhi, that's all. He cannot decide to go for a shopping. He goes to the loka, that loka of Tapo Loka, because of his cumulative decisions to be in the space of tapas without getting disturbed. So he goes there. He only can sit in samadhi in that space. There is no shopping mall in tapas loka, tapo loka. Only here you have a shopping mall and Nithyananda Dhyanapitam, both. If you want to go for shopping, you have a shopping mall. If you want to meditate and sit in samadhi, you have Biddi Banyan tree. Understand, that is why this world has so much of choice, variety, colorful. The variety, choice, colorfulness is because we have a will, and we have will means we have responsibility. You need to know every thought you creates a vibration in sun, moon, Jupiter and Saturn. You need to be responsible for every thought you generate, every thought you attest, every thought you say yes. Now you can decide, I think I have messed up a lot in the past. Now I am declaring, erase all the mess that I created in the past, and now I am deciding for life. Let my DNA start reprogramming, aligning, flowing for life. This decision, even now if you declare, immediately it will vibrate in sun. It will vibrate in moon. It will vibrate in Jupiter. It will vibrate in Saturn. It will vibrate with Rahu. It will vibrate with Ketu. All of them will say, Tatastu. Learning to get the cosmic Tatastu is science of prayer. Understand? The methodology of getting the cosmic Tatastu is science of prayer. I am defining prayer. If you don't know the context and if you can't get the Tatastu from the cosmos, your prayers are nothing but pure polumbles. Means how you call some number saved in your cell phone and cry to that fellow saying that I am not expecting any solution from you, just I wanted to cry, please listen to my polumble. No, there are many people call our enriching temple just to be polumbify. Means grumbling, grudging, they don't even expect any solution. They just call and tell, no, I am not asking any solution from you. You just listen to me. I have to cry somewhere. I just want to cry to you. That's all. But I tell you, you can get cosmic Tatastu if you just know cosmos is Tatastu. The Shivoham process is all about burning all your life negative patterns and decisions and aligning you to this one verse, Kurvan nevega karmani jijivishecha samaha. Even in the coming NDY, in the next weekend, 14, 15, 16, we will have one session of Shivoham process. Now you will see in the Shivoham process, Mahadeva playing Veena also. He learnt. He will be using the Rudra Veena, which is already delivered, and sitting here, and he is taking the lessons. Listen. Deciding for life. This truth, deciding for life, need to be internalized from multiple angles, and you need to complete from multiple angles. I have seen whenever people get pain, they say, Swamiji, death is much better than this pain, please. People come and tell me, I tell them, no. This pain itself is because you decided many times earlier to die. Now stop. Stop deciding death. Decide life. You will walk out of this pain. You will burn this pain, melt this pain and get out. If you decide always for life, even if your body is not functioning, you will be in Jiva Samadhi, eternal life. One of the greatest gift I am giving to my kids is learning to decide for life. I will create the pure biomemories, muscle memories, which decides only for life, never taken a single decision against life. Whenever a person whose biomemory and muscle memory always decides for life, if he sits, anybody walks into his breathing space, automatically get healed because their muscle memory, biomemory also starts deciding for life. Last few days one drama is going on. One devotee came for healing. The moment I put my hand on the head and heal, the body becomes all right. After a few hours, it is back to the same condition by evening. I was wondering what is going on. Why? Then I saw so many thousands of decisions she made against life. When I am putting the hand, the biomemory loves life and it comes back to life. And it heals itself. It says, yes, I want to live. And after a few hours, no, I think it is all not right. And the Swami mesmerized me to live. I don't think I am capable. It is possible. And it goes back to disease. I am neither mesmerizing nor hypnotizing. I am just reminding you to live. Just this one verse, if it can be internalized, people can walk out of so many diseases. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishet chadagun samaha. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishet chadagun samaha. Decide to live. Decide for whatever you believe as life. Decide for whatever gives you the joy, inspiration, excitement, pleasure and bliss. Decide for it. The next verse, I will continue to expand. In the next line of the same verse, I will continue to expand in further satsangs. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas. How can we retain our biomemory and muscle memory pure by always deciding for life, thinking, talking, acting for life. What all ways we can align ourselves, thinking, talking, deciding, acting for life. This is the subject for Vakyartha Sadas today. And I wanted even the devotees, disciples all over the world, the Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars also, to actively participate through the Facebook or YouTube or the internet or whatever social media, Twitter, actively participate in Vakyartha Sadas. And I also wanted to request, let us not use the word debate. It is too poor, ugly, aggressive, abusive word. Because there is no other English word, I use the word debate. Vakyartha Sadas, exactly if I have to translate, exploring the meaning of the sacred truths. It is exploration, not debate. So, let's explore and explode. If you are exploring, if your exploration is only verbal, it is called exploring. If it becomes your lifestyle, it is exploding. So, let's explore and explode the sacred secrets. I saw a comment in the Facebook. There was some discussion going on. Should we give up all the modernization and the machineries available? We should take some of the things in the modern also, which is not all bad. It was, I think, going on between the Washington DC, Meena Joshi and another team. I wanted to make it very clear, I am not at all against modernization. Include as much as you can, learn as much as you can, absorb as much as you can from all the modern things. I am not at all against it. I am only saying you don't need to throw away, give up on the traditional things when it is really not conflicting your modern way of living. That's all I am saying. You don't have to give up because it is old. Try to assimilate both as much as you can. You will have a perfect new life. I have not given up modernization. See, actually, all over the world, tons of countries are watching me now, live, because modernization. You are seeing me, I am seeing you, because of modernization. I think more than 40 cities, more than 40, it is not just 40. I am giving an example. If I have to read out, it's such a large list all over the world. So I am not at all against modernization. I only request one thing. We don't need to give up on the traditional truths, the traditional lifestyle, just because it is tradition. I am not at all against giving up on something traditional which is not good in the modern day for your health or your mind or your life. If that is the situation, I am always for reinventing ourselves. Don't be modern fanatic giving upon something just because it is traditional, even though it is good for you. That is all I am saying, don't do. So, and one good thing with you debating in the Facebook, YouTube, Orkut, Twitter, all that, once in a while even I may stumble upon it and I may come back to the satsang and give solution for that problem. You may have the solution directly from me for the Vakyartha Sadas going on. And I also saw some comments. Nithyananda and his disciples are too strong. Understand, we are too strong because we are too pure. Because we have purpose. We have purpose. We have purpose. Purse is not our purpose. Purpose fills our purse. Understand? With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/Life Bliss Foundation.